call the roll. All right, let's go, folks.
Good fellowship this morning.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2. Here. Gary Fickes, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation today will be delivered by our own chaplain, Franklin, from Tarrant County. Frank, thank you for coming down. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges.
Father, we thank you for this time that we have. Lord, we pray that you give wisdom to the judge and the commissioners. Lord, we pray for them. We thank you, Lord, for the work and the effort that they do. We pray your blessing on them. Lord, we ask also for our sheriff and his staff. You give wisdom in their leadership, as well as the officers who are on patrol, those who are safeguarding the inmates, the correction centers. Thank you for those folks. Lord, we now ask that you would bless this meeting and bless this time. Thank you for the freedoms that we have, the time we can gather and pray to our God and our way, and we thank you for that. Lord, we realize there's folks like the people in Cuba who do not enjoy the freedoms that we have. So, Father, we are so thankful for this time. Bless us, we ask. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Yeah, I'm good.
Mr. Manius.
It's still not working.
Good morning, Court. We have several announcements on the agenda. The first, just to remind the Court that we do have a public hearing this morning, and we will take that up as soon as we get through the consent agenda. Also on the Facilities Department, under Facilities Management, item 9F1, there is a revised court communication in your folder this morning. It deals solely with the funding source, and it'll come from CARES-related funding. We want it to be somewhat more general because we believe that we may be able to pay for some of this out of the CARES Act money rather than ARPA, but that'll be a decision that budget will make. Also, members of the court, as we have done in the past, we're going to take things out of order. When we get to the reports and businesses, we're going to move into our briefing items. We're going to initially take the Corn Ferry report as it relates, which is item number 1, is a compensation survey that they have performed for the county. We're then going to move to the general obligation bond program. We have some information for you all this morning as it relates to the wording on the two issues, and we'll look at that. Our bond counsel is here to talk with you a little bit about that. After that, we're going to ask Mr. Early to come forward and do the hospital district monthly update, and then we'll move back into the administrator section. And as we get to item number 1, we're going to ask Mr. Tenasia to make his health update report also. So we also have a work session today, and it's a very long work session. I think you're going to find that it's very informative. We're going to have a number of speakers that are going to be in court today. This is something that we had planned to do, and as we get into that work session, we might want to talk with you all a little bit about some of the consultants that we're going to be bringing on, and if we want to delay some of the other aspects of our briefings on the ARPA issue until we get more down the road with our consultants. But we'll have those discussions during the work session. So, as I said, we have a full day today. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, GK. Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of July the 6th.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Fickus, I think you need to push your green button wherever it may be. Motion passes unanimously. Proclamations and resolutions, we have a few. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, sir. For ratification only, we've got a resolution of commendation to Ms. Opal Lee, the grandmother of Juneteenth. Commissioner Allen and I presented that this past Sunday at a grand event in her honor, and I'm pleased to move approval of the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Fickus.
Yes, we have a congratulatory resolution that we presented yesterday to Larry Kitchens with the city of Herrich. He's has retired as a council member, and had a very nice little get together for Larry, and spent 20 years there on the council, and so we did that yesterday, and I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Johnson, I believe you have a resolution of appreciation.
Yes, I do, for our county clerk, Mary Louise Nicholson, for the job that she did on the COVID book. I appreciated that book very much and the information I read in it. And I know that she went to a lot of effort to get this done. I just wanted to make sure she was appreciated for it.
So I will read this into the record.
That is to the record, please.
Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to Texas and Tarrant County, and whereas Tarrant County Clerk Mary Louise Nicholson, as the keeper of county records, sought to document the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on Tarrant County government, and whereas the county clerk and her staff captured the day-to-day obstacles that Tarrant County officials face throughout the pandemic, sometimes without any clear roadmap to follow, and whereas the result of that work has been commemorated in Tarrant County 2020 Coronavirus Pandemic, a book that chronicles and memorializes those challenges and responses during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Tarrant County 2020 Coronavirus Pandemic spotlights the impact on county leaders as well as county departments. And whereas 1,300 books are available for purchase by Tarrant County employees, and copies will also be provided to local libraries to leave a lasting record of COVID-19 pandemic. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby express our admiration and appreciation of Mary Louise Nicholson and her staff for creating this historical record of the COVID-19 pandemic that recognizes the efforts of all Tarrant County employees. In witness whereof we have herein to set our hands and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 20th day of July 2020. I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Job well done.
Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Get all your picture papers down here.
Thank you.
Any comments?
I think I did last week. I just want to say, Commissioner Johnson, thank you
for taking the time to do that. Again, last week or 2 weeks ago, we recognized the team that made this happen, and it's just so important that we all came together and captured this history. It's very important because when we researched the 1918, there was information out there. And we pray this never happens again, but thank you to all elected officials, department heads that really rallied around this big effort. It was worthwhile, and thank you for the recognition. I certainly wasn't expecting it, but I certainly appreciate it, Commissioner Johnson. Thank you, and thank you, Court, for supporting this effort.
It's my understanding that we've sold over 100 books so far.
Is that right? I think they're going to go pretty quick. Next, for 25 years, which you'll hear in the deal, the administrator's office and volunteers from the county have been delivering meals for Meals on Wheels. Today we have Keith Harrison, and I think we have a bunch of people. And two. Well, then the other one is Sarah Drew Watson. Y'all come forward, and I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to ask Elisa and any volunteers that might be here today. But it says, "Dear Tarrant County friends, it's with abundance of gratitude that Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County would like to recognize your dedicated volunteer service to our homebound citizens. There are not enough words to describe how amazed and inspired we are by your group's dedication, compassion, and generosity. Each member has given the most precious gift possible, time. Thank you all for 25 years of faithful service. We realize that nothing could take the place of an in-person celebration to honor your remarkable volunteer milestone, but out of consideration for this was back in June. And so we're now kind of back, and it says, we've got a certificate that we're going to print, and it says, in addition, a brick with your name will become a permanent part of the walkway leading to the main entrance of our building. You're a true hero, and so much more. So this was from Meals on Wheels. I'm going to move that we receive and file this recognition.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. And Lisa, who else is? Bring your folks. Oh, come on. Don't be bashful. We have a lot of different activities that we support. A lot of activities that our employees volunteer to do. And I want to not only congratulate, y'all are going to have to get together. She doesn't have a wide angle on here. So you that are tall, get the back. You that are short, get the forward. Lisa, only you can move that podium and not get in trouble. But in addition, I also want to thank GK and the other department heads who, these folks do it during their lunch hour, but sometimes it probably goes a little bit longer than that. And they are completely supported by their folks. And have y'all got this figured out yet? Okay. No, we're going to figure this out. Here, just find the camera. If you can see the camera, he can see you. There's a break. You don't like standing? Not for me. Here, we're going to make sure you're right here on the. Yeah. Spread out a little bit. Now, wait a minute, I'm going to mess everything up because I'm sitting here thinking about this, I shouldn't have been in here. You present them with the certificate and let me get out of this.
It's too much.
And I'm guessing, just because of how long you've been with the county, Lisa, that you started this and probably ramrodded this thing from the very beginning.
Well, I'll go ahead and let Sarah say something.
Well, I just wanted to share a fun fact. Over the 25 years that this group has been delivering their route, they have delivered approximately 15,625 meals and donated more than 3,000 hours of volunteer time in those 25 years. And I also wanted to share that whenever I go to Meals on Wheels conferences or I talk to people from other counties, other states, they always ask, what is our secret? How do we get so many volunteers that are so dedicated and stay so long? And I tell all of them, it's not our secret. It's because of the people of Tarrant County who care about the people that live in Tarrant County. We take care of our own here. And I want to thank you for setting the example and being a group that sets the example for the rest of the county. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
So yes, Judge, I didn't start the program. Judy Ketchum did back when in her role as Community Resource Coordinator in 1996. But I'm the last.
Sorry, who did?
Judy Ketchum.
Judy Ketchum, yes.
And I am the last one still here that was the original members of that group that started delivering to Meals on Wheels. And it's been a rewarding experience over the last 25 years to be able to deliver meals to homebound clients and to see the smiles on their face and talk to them, because sometimes that's the only person they talk to or see in person that day. I want to say, though, it's not just the admin office. As you saw, we have representatives from the budget office, from audit, HR, and the county judge's office. And through the years when we started this, there was actually routes in IT, tax, human resources, community development. I think I'm probably leaving somebody out. But it would be good to see some of those departments get involved again. So I encourage those departments to see about joining with us and having our Meals on Wheels route. They're really needing people now because a lot of people are not coming back into the offices and are still working from home, so they need people to help with the routes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for all the work you've done on this.
That's an outstanding effort over 25 years. I looked at the people standing there in the well receiving that proclamation, and many of them were barely over 25 years of age themselves. It's about the culture in that department and the culture in Tarrant County that makes it a continuous source of giving, as they say in various places, as these go, let others come, and that has worked well in this program. So congratulations to all.
Next, Commissioner Fickus, I believe you have a presentation to make.
We do. It's an honor today to be able to highlight our Tarrant County Historical Commission, and what we're going to be doing today is honoring them because they have received from the Texas Historical Commission the 2020 Distinguished Service Award that goes to the Tarrant County Historical Commission in recognition of its active and well-balanced preservation program. And this is a group that works very hard all year, every year, and to continue to highlight the historical elements that we have here in Tarrant County. And I'd like to ask Bill Perdue to come up, and I will present this to Bill, and then Bill probably has a few words he wants to say. I guess we need a motion to approve.
Motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And there are a bunch of people from the Historical Commission out there.
Would everybody from the Historical Commission please stand up at this point in time? And
All right, thank you very much. I'd just like to thank everybody on the commission for helping and supporting us. All of the people that you see standing up, they're very, very involved and concerned about the history of Tarrant County. And all of us believe deeply in trying to preserve that history and in some cases interpret it for people. But the commission really, they work all the time, year-round, cemetery projects, markers, historical locations, buildings. So just want to thank you for your support.
Bill, would you want to have everyone come up and we'll get a group picture real quick?
Yeah, let's do that. We need a black and white photograph.
We need to do this for history.
There you go.
Me being short, I can be in front.
I hear that.
Come on, Linda. All right, you're going to get stuff in the back. Okay.
How are you? Good to see you. How are you? You looking good?
Employee recognition. You'll recall that we stopped doing that in April of last year. March was our last time to have done it. And we made the comment, or I made the comment at that point in time, that I planned on going back and catching up on those 25-year plus. We at least listed the lists every month while we were out, but I wanted to be able to say and wanted to talk to those folks that we missed. And so I started that this week, and this week we will do April of 2020 and May of 2020. And some of the folks have retired, some of the folks were not able to make it, but I'll at least mention their name, and on the happenstance that you're here, then we're going to have a little conversation. And I don't mean to embarrass you or anything like that, but I so enjoy the opportunity to talk with folks who've been with the county 25 plus years, because I'm getting close to that mark. But I enjoy the stories that I hear and the dedication that I hear in the voice for public service. The 40-year employee who is not here is Susan Boudreau. Is she here? But she was with us for 40 years. I'll start at the 25 and go down the list, because that's the way I've kind of set everything up. The first 25-year employee that we're going to recognize is Stephanie Allred with the Sheriff's Office. There's Stephanie. She started out as a Tech 1 working in the jail, and from there she went to the bond desk and then to the bond secretary, and has been in that position for the last 21 and a half years. When I asked her the memorable moment, she said, well, I guess I should say that I met my husband through work. And I wanted to be sure and make it very clear that he was working for the Sheriff's Department. She didn't meet him at the bond desk. He is an employee of the Tarrant County. What she liked most was, just the benefits and the opportunities she's had to work. She said, I only really planned to work here for a few years, and I blinked, and it was 25 years. So, Stephanie, we really appreciate the 25 years of service you've given at Tarrant County. Next is Joe Baker with the Sheriff's Office. There's Joe. He started off also as a Tech 1 at Green Bay. He was 19 years old, and so he couldn't get his peace officer's license until he was 21. But when he became 21, he then could work in the jail, and he did that. In 1996, he moved to the IT area of the sheriff's office, and he's still there today. Now, he first got interested in law enforcement when he was in high school. He was in an Explorer pack. And from that, he said, okay, I want to go into law enforcement. He did. He moved into the IT area. So, you know, he said what I ended up doing is I ended up supporting and helping folks. Memorable moments, he says he's seen a lot of different sheriffs. And he said things have definitely changed over the 25 years that he's been here. For all of y'all who realize my tendency to mispronounce names, now you'd think that Joe Baker was pretty easy. Well, apparently at the 15-year anniversary, when I called him, you know, it was one of those things that I was focused more on the next name than I was on his. And so I called him Joe Backer. And I'm sure everybody on the court was very quick to say, no, you got that one wrong. But, you know, it was a memorable moment. And in fact, I didn't start off by saying it. I should have. That if I say your name and it sounds like your name or it's in the right order, stand up anyway. He said, I have loved the people that I've had a chance to work with and the folks he's had a chance to support. Joe, we really appreciate the 25 years of service you've given to Tarrant County. Thank you. Next is, now I'm going to check and make sure John Harris wasn't able to make it, was he? Okay, next is Eddie Herrich, Sheriff's Office. Started off as in the Belknap Jail as a detention officer. In '99, he was promoted to corporal and into booking. In 2002, he was promoted to sergeant in booking. 2003, he's moving up quick. He was promoted to lieutenant. In 2020, he made captain and became captain at Green Bay. He said that his most favorite time while with the Sheriff's Department was his time that he spent in the academy helping new officers as they were coming along and the things that he got to do while he was there. He said, I really enjoy, hope I just didn't do something I'm going to later regret. He said he really enjoyed the people that he'd had a chance to work with, and he looked forward with several more years of work with the county. Thank you very much, Eddie, for your time with the county. Next is Glenn Johns. There's Glenn. Precinct 4. He's in the operations area. He started out in Precinct 4 as the night watchman, and he worked on the weekends with the labor detail, and then he came on board full-time as an equipment operator 1 and then moved up and is now an operator 4. We did some projects. He and I had a chance to meet when we did some project on Bond Ranch Road, and I think we finally got to the end of the ribbon cutting. He said, I just absolutely love my job. He said, I have an opportunity to work on all kinds of equipment. He said, the one I really enjoy working on is the Great All, and that's just his favorite piece of equipment to do it. Glenn said he really appreciates his job, and Glenn, we appreciate the 25 years of service you've given to Tarrant County. Thank you very much. Next is Mia Moore. There's Mia. Started out working in the jail, then went to the bond desk, spent some time in patrol, then went to the narcotics and was a part of not only the DEA but also the HIDTA task force. Spent some time at DARE, then back to patrol as sergeant. Went over to judicial for a while and then to the DA's office as an investigator. And I think this just goes to show what folks in Tarrant County she said some of the things that she was going on through her own life, when she would get out and be called to some particular place, and she saw, in a lot of instances, single mothers or women going through the same type thing, she was able to relate to them, and she was able to talk with them and say, yeah, you're not the exception. You're not the only one that's experiencing this, and here, we'll help you in whatever way we can help you. And I think she was there not just to intervene in whatever situation was going on in that time, but to really try to help that person through that. And I think that speaks volumes of what we in Tarrant County try to do. When I asked her what she liked most, she said, I have had an opportunity to be in a variety of places, and I really feel blessed to have had an opportunity to do that. The people she's met and worked for, the benefits that she's had. She said, I've just been so grateful to work in Tarrant County. She was the first black female in patrol and the first promoted to sergeant in patrol.
All right.
Mia, thank you so much for your 25 years. So we have a little hiccup here, and we'll see, and my office is laughing because we thought we might have one of those. Next is Holly Webb, 25 years. Holly, she started out in the DA's office and worked with Tim Curry in his administrative office, and then she went to Indigent Defense. And Holly started it off. She was the first employee we had that was basically in the attorney appointments area. And I'm very familiar with her work there because I happened to be on the Indigent Defense Commission when we started all this up. And I'm going to tell you, and I've said this to her, Tarrant County was the model. And when our people would go out and look at what was happening, they would model a lot, or they would talk with a lot of folks about, well, this is the way Holly Webb does it up in Tarrant County. And she did an absolutely fantastic job of creating something that was not, she didn't have a roadmap. She didn't have, well, this is the way we've done it for the last 100 years. She created the roadmap, and it's a roadmap that's being followed in many counties around this state because the folks that work for Indigent Defense that went out and helped loved what Holly had done and the way she had make it work, or the way she made it work. From there, she went to the county clerk, where she managed the criminal section for several years, and then she went to budget, and she's in budget now and is doing a great job. Memorable moments, she said the startup of the attorney appointment, working with the task force and the judges and attorneys, was something that she would never forget. When I asked her what she liked most, she said it was the opportunity to work in several different areas. The educational benefit, I believe you finished your degree, and again, the county has some great opportunities for folks who want to continue their education. She said, I have really enjoyed, she said, I always felt like I was going to be a public service, and she said, it's truly been, she's had that opportunity. She was thankful for the great people she's had a chance to work with and with the friends that she's made. Holly, we can't thank you enough for the 25 years you've given to Tarrant County. Next is Rodney Crockett. Rodney started in the tax office with June Garrison, and in the early 2000s moved over to the IT, but still worked on the tax office database as database manager and storage. And really, even today, he's still doing a lot of that, as well as doing all of our data storage and work in the cloud area. Memorable moments. He said last year was a very memorable moment. Everyone had to adjust and just work through the different things that were going on. He said opening the other data center, which gave us a big advantage with regards to disaster recovery, was also something that he looked back on as a memorable moment. When I asked him what he liked most, it said It was the ability to apply technology to improve services not only to our citizens but also to the various departments within. He said he has really enjoyed the work and hopes to be here for several more years. And Rodney, we can't thank you enough for the effort that you've given to Tarrant County over the 25 years. Thank you. And next is Robert Harvey. There's Robert. Robert started out in the sheriff's department in the Belknap jail. Then he went to Green Bay and then into the booking area. He spent some time in transportation, bringing people back and taking them places. Now he's down at the bond desk. He said in the early days, it was pretty. Things were overcrowded, and he said today is just a different day. People, we've just got different people coming in. In the past, a lot of people came in who had experience either through military or through other areas. He said today we've got a lot of people who are coming in, and this is their first job. So it's a totally different type of an environment in a lot of ways. When I asked him what he liked most, it was healthcare, retirement. He said, again, when we started, we had to pay for our own uniforms. And we were making, I think you said your net check twice a month was somewhere in the neighborhood of $400, $450. And on top of that, they had to pay for the uniforms. So he said, we appreciate the way the county has progressed and the way it is today. He said, I really love the folks that I've had a chance to work with. And he said, it's just been a great place. Now he retired. His official retirement was last Friday. And so we really want to thank Robert, excuse me, for not having turned this off. Now I'm in the same case with Robert. So at this point in time, Robert, we want to really thank you for the 25 years of service. Next is Richard Amalderas, Sheriff's Office. There's Richard. Started out at the 30 years of service. Now we've moved into the 30 years of service. He started out in Green Bay, got his peace officer's license within that first year, was promoted into classifications in '93. And let me just stop. Every time when I've said 25, you got to think 26. And every time I say 30, Richard's been here for 31. We missed a year. And so I've got to get used to that, and I was constantly trying to get used to it as I was making these calls. In July of 2012, he moved to the HIDA for the North Texas area, and this year he moved into the Intelligence Department. Memorable moments was assisting the DA's office with gang activities. He said he spent 8 years at HIDA, and he said that was really an eye-opener. What do you like most? Constantly changing, the variety, the ability to teach new hires, especially with regards to the gang activities. 6 years ago when I talked with him, his daughter was fixing to go to high school. Time flies. His daughter is now in Arkansas, studying chemistry, and she wants to go into medical research. I told him, I said, if Jack was here, he'd be hooting and hollering, or I guess yelling whatever they yell. Suey, I think, is the correct, Suey is the correct thing. He said, I feel like I've just kind of caught my second wind. Richard, thank you so very much for your 31 years of service with Tarrant County. Our last person today is Patricia Benavides with elections. Where's Patricia? There she is. started out in elections right after they had started the elections administrator position. And so she's pretty well seen all the election administrators, and she's still there. She said, I started out as a clerk, and basically she's in charge of all things voter registration at this point in time. When I asked her about memorable moments, and this was the first time, she said the overtime is pretty overwhelming. And that's especially around an election because, when those elections are going on, I know when this last one happened, she was always there when I got there. She was always there when I left. And I'm not sure she went home on a few nights there. She said the folks she's had a chance to work with have really become their second family. It's been a great experience. When I talked with her 6 years ago, we had just gotten a new elections administrator, and I believe that was Frank Phillips. And so in the meantime, we've now hired another one. Where are you? There's Hyder sitting over there next to her. She said technology has changed tremendously. When I talked with her 6 years ago, 3 grandkids. She had 2 girls and a boy. I think the girls were 11 and 7, and the boy was 4. 6 years later, she says, I got a granddaughter about to graduate from high school. I've got another granddaughter, 13, who knows everything. And then I've got a 10-year-old boy. And she said it's been a lot of fun watching him grow up. It was a very interesting year. Obviously, with elections, technology continues to change and makes the elections better. And I really, given all the, I don't know the word I want to, I know the word I want to use, I can't use that word. All of the information and stuff going on around elections, I can't tell you how focused our elections department is on the integrity of the elections. What she said, and when I asked her what she said, I verify, and verify. And I saw that in the things that we had to do in the 2020 election. We had a hiccup, and they stepped right in, working with the 2 parties who basically oversaw and were in control of those ballots to make sure that we hit on every step of the way. She says, I enjoy life with grandkids. And she just said, I want to thank everybody that I've had a chance to work with and be a part of. Patricia, we appreciate you. Why don't you sit down? Just because they clap. Just because they clap don't mean you get to sit down. Thank you so much for all your years of service to Tarrant County. I do want to make sure, I called a couple of names as I was going along, but other employees that were not able to make it, 25-year employees, Cliff Alcon, the Sheriff's Office. If you're here, please stand up. Robert Burnt, Transportation Services. Gina Buckingham, Public Health. And Bob Kahn, Information Technologies. So again, we're going to do this every week until we get through what was, I guess, since last month was the last one we'll do will be June of 2021. So we did April and May. Next week we'll do a couple more. I'm going to try to do about somewhere between 10 and 15 a week, depending upon who we can get a hold of. But these folks are great mentors to all of the other ones. And I will guarantee you that there are some that were in the 5 and the 10 and literally felt like they weren't going to be here very long, and they blinked and they were at the 25, 30, 35, 40, 45-year mark. And they're what makes Tarrant County the great place to work and to live and to raise a family. So, the one thing I didn't ask, where's Susan? Do we have refreshments back there for her?
We do have refreshments for them, and pens and plaques.
So, 504C, go back there and get refreshments. That's a good thing for the court. That means for about the next 2 or 3 months, we're going to have refreshments every
Cookies.
Wilder, what a great thing.
I'm just eating fruit these days.
He's getting into election shape.
Well, I want you to have a camera back there, and just in case he does anything other than fruit, I want a picture of it. Thank everybody for doing that. Please go back. One other thing before before everything kind of gets out of hand and we move to the next group. As we close court today, this past week we lost 2 folks that may not have been that involved weren't actually working in Tarrant County, but meant a tremendous amount to Tarrant County. Ted Blevins, who had been with Liam Pope for years and years and years, and Toby Goodman, who had served in the legislature and had made a significant. He was focusing on family law and focused on a lot of that, and we're going to miss both of those. And I would like for us to close court today in memory of both Ted Blevins as well as Toby Goodman.
Absolutely.
Okay, with that, we will move that we receive and file the employee recognition. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion to second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Announcements.
Announcements. Go right ahead.
Well, thank you. I have 2 brief announcements. One is just a reminder about the runoff election for Congressional District 6. Early voting started yesterday, July 19th, and goes through this week, and then Election Day is next Tuesday, July 27th. So there are 2 candidates there in the runoff, so especially if you live in Congressional District 6, please be sure to make your voice heard in that election. Second is on this coming Thursday, we will be resuming, somewhat unfortunately, our regular COVID-19 update town halls. Want to hear an important update. I know we'll hear more from Vinny about the COVID-19 situation in our county, but just want to make sure that our community has the resource and information that they need to make the best decisions for their health. So that is this Thursday, 11 a.m. on Facebook Live. You do not need a Facebook account in order to view this virtual town hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
First, I need to wish a very happy birthday to the love of my life, my bride, of some,
You're right.
40 plus years. that gets to be higher math, so I don't crunch numbers that big. Today is her birthday.
Happy birthday, Dr. Brooks.
And I wish Dr. Jennifer Giddings Brooks the best of everything and God's choicest blessings on her birthday.
Don't you have a birthday coming up?
Yeah, it's in 2 weeks.
JD got one coming up.
Yeah. Unconnected to my wife's birthday, Precinct 1 is sponsoring our 6th annual Healthy Lives Matter Alzheimer's Education Seminar. It will be held in person this year on Saturday, August the 14th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Tarrant County College Trinity River campus. This event is designed to give persons taking care of loved ones going through the Alzheimer's journey information on the latest developments in Alzheimer's treatment and care, to give them information about resources in the community where they can find support and respite as they care for their loved ones going through this journey. And everything is free. There'll be a continental breakfast and lunch provided. So y'all come on out. You never know when you might need these services. So it's never too early to find out about them. And it may be absolutely right on time for some people. Alzheimer's Education Seminar, Saturday, August 14th, 9 to 2 at Tarrant County College, Trinity River campus. Sponsored by Precinct 1, a Healthy Lives Matter initiative.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I ask you a question?
Sure. Oh.
I'm going to ask him a question. I know the consent agenda is coming up next, but the public hearing, is that dealing with a lot of those things that are on the consent agenda, first 1 through, or 2 through 28?
No, it's not.
It's not? Okay.
But before we go into the consent
Okay.
agenda, my comment is this. As we always do, the appropriation adjustments are on the consent agenda. I just wanted to point out to the court, and I believe we've had conversations with each of you about the distribution of the ARPA funds in the 4 areas of our focus areas. They are on the budget adjustments today, and you'll see those on page 2 of those, and that's just an informational piece. I believe that we've spoken with each of you, and we believe that this distribution on the 4 focus areas is what the court had wished to do. Just a reminder as we go through this entire process that if there's ever a time that we need to shift money from one of the focus groups to the other, that simply takes a commissioner's court order to do. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Deacon.
With that then, court members, you have before you the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. One of the things I want to just say before there are like 27 different things on here that have to do with our community development. And I asked James if he would to, sometime, it doesn't need to be done, it doesn't need to be before we do this, but I would like for him to come and just talk to us about these various grants and some of the things that we're accomplishing and going through that. And so, Mr. Manius, if we could get a briefing out in the next should be couple of weeks.
Just to comment on that, we were going to bring, I think, 17 of them last time, and there were some issues we had to deal with, plus we missed the deadline in our office to actually get them on the agenda, so that's why you see such a large number.
Okay. Today. So that's something that we might have as a briefing item in the next couple of weeks. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion, Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We have a public hearing today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Wayne Pollard. I'm the Director of Tarrant County Housing. Tarrant County Housing Assistance Office served nearly 3,400 families monthly on the Housing Choice Voucher Program, also known as Section 8. These programs include our special programs, our Veteran Affairs for homeless veterans, family unification, and we work closely with the Tarrant County Homeless Coalition with emergency housing vouchers. We have a 350 voucher increase from last year. For 13 straight years, we have been rated as high performers by HUD. Our last financial audit showed no findings. Our office has been paperless since 2010, and the use of online portals has made it seamless for many of our families and landlords to continue to submit documents and complete their annuals and recertifications. COVID precautions have taught us some lessons, some positive lessons on how we can conduct business in a great manner. For example, with HUD approval, we now can conduct virtual inspections on our annual inspections. We can also do virtual oral briefings. We will still have in-person briefings when requested or for a reasonable accommodation. Our office pay out over $26 million annually to private landlords in Tarrant County. We have over 750 private landlords who provide rental assistance for our program participants. We have implemented an internal call center with existing staff to improve communication with stakeholders and work proficiency. We currently have a little over 10,000 families on our Section 8 wait list, and our wait list has been closed since 2017. Our office will continue to seek and apply for additional vouchers. The biggest challenge we're facing is the lack of affordable housing in Tarrant County. Voucher holders are taking an average of 105 days to find a unit. 5 years ago, the average was 70 days. At this time, we're not seeking any court action.
I will open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone here wishing to speak to this matter. There appearing to be none, then I will close the public hearing. Wayne, thank you very much.
I'd like to make a comment, if I may.
Go right ahead.
And that is that I'd like you to be real careful with these virtual housing inspections. The purpose of federal housing programs is to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing for citizens of the U.S. And with virtual housing inspections, you can't see it all. So let's not get comfortable with that process. Boots on the ground is the only way to make sure that we've got decent, safe, and sanitary housing.
We have a very strong quality control system in place for these virtual inspections, but I agree with 100%. We would probably just look at certain units, landlords we have ongoing problems with, we would not allow them. But for units that's probably been built since like 2000 on, we'll accept those more, but we'll still be very cautious about it in the process.
Just be very cautious.
No problem.
I just want to thank you and your team for the work that you all do. I mean, we know that we're in a housing crisis, even if no one is using those words, but housing affordability is still such a tremendous issue. So just one, I do echo Commissioner Brooks's concerns, but also want to appreciate you and your team for the work y'all are doing to keep folks in their homes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Members of the Court, we can now go to the briefing piece of our agenda. And the first item that we're going to have is an update as it relates to the compensation system survey. Ange is here to begin the conversations.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For something like the 24th year, we have Paul Glogowski here from Korn Ferry to give us the annual compensation update. You do have one additional piece of information in your packets in addition to his presentation, and that's the cost of the recommendations that he's giving you. We'll do additional discussion and some additional recommendations in the next 2 weeks. So for today, we'll focus on Paul.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think you and I started about the same time, and both of our hairs were different colors at that point in time.
Yes, and I will remember the first time I was here as a brand new consultant, and my colleagues were at this podium, and you were very animated that day.
I can't imagine.
And you kind of dressed down my colleagues, and I remember sitting back there thinking, this is not what I signed up for.
24 years later, you're still here?
Here I am, and
I still get animated.
I got a feeling today you're going to get animated again just because. So, no. Thank you so much. This is, in fact, even though there were some skipped years in between there for different things, Tarrant County is my longest tenured client. I've been doing this for 24 years with Korn Ferry, so you were my, in fact, very first client. And I thoroughly, when I come to court and listen, I say to myself, I work with a lot of public sector clients, some private. I wish everybody did it the way Tarrant County did it. You know, not just the work we do for compensation, but I watch how you interact and all the things the county does. You are set apart from the rest of the people that I've worked with. So if I can get through the flipper here, I'd like to move forward just a hair to what I would call just some of the slides we typically focus on during these presentations. And this particular slide, again, we've been doing this a long time with y'all. This slide is to let you, or remind you, if you will, that the way the county has set up its pay programs, you have these different policy groups like the word exempt or non-exempt or management or craft and so forth. So we examine the pay and the pay structures for those types of jobs independently, and we produce recommendations or considerations for the court, typically relative to a couple of things. One, are your structures competitive now that we're taking a new look at market data? And if they are behind the market, so if your ranges, particularly your midpoints, are behind the quote market, we typically recommend that you increase the structure or the ranges by some percentage. Okay? Secondly, we look at where are you actually paying your people within those ranges, and we make an assumption of if you want to keep pace with actual pay, because when you move your structure to a certain point, technically you haven't spent any money yet, but what kind of money do we need to set aside for the future increases, I think, of your merit or merit cycle? So we're making two recommendations. Those are due to some standard kind of concepts in HR and compensation. Competitive ranges allow you to hire. Competitive pay allows you to retain. So those are just kind of the two things we look at. And if you looked at the words on this page, and years ago, the county kind of set a target place on where they'd like to be relative to the market, and that's this percentile of the 25th percentile. There are some reasons that was chosen. One, at the time, years ago, you actually were paying like almost below the 10th percentile, and the goal over time was to get to the 25th percentile. Much of that data also is coming from both public and private sector. So knowing that you're setting that mark, understanding that who am I competing with when we look at the market. So when I look at that chart up there, and it's where I could read it, which is right here, I kind of focus on where is pay and where are the ranges relative to this 25th percentile. And for the most part, there are places where you're above, and some places you're slightly below. I will say, if you looked at this year over year, and you wanted to know on a relative basis, are we gaining ground to our market target, or are we losing ground to our market target? And invariably, you are gaining ground in any one of these policy groups. And if you looked at them independently, you are getting closer to or improving to maybe above that market just a little bit. So you're not going backwards. A lot of that this particular year is attributed to what you all did last year, where there was a huge part of the market that were freezing pay, there was a huge part of the market that was actually reducing pay up to 25% during the pandemic. So the fact that you kind of stayed the course a little bit is actually a very remarkable thing to do. And not a lot of people were doing that. So I think that's another reason that you kind of stayed course and are on target based on your actual philosophy that you've set. So we said this a little bit. We're going to give you a little bit more detail. Anne's just going to have some more detailed costing information. But we're going to be making changes, we'll show you that here in a second, to each policy group that the ranges move or increase, and it's due to what did the market look like relative to your ranges. And as in the past, we might not say, for example, all the ranges in the exempt group should move 2%. We may do that, we may not, but we look at, is the bottom range of that policy group less competitive or more competitive to the market than the top range in that group? So we're trying to balance what each individual midpoint is versus what each market would be at each midpoint. So we might say, don't give a structure increase at grade 1 of a given structure, but at the top of the structure move it 3%. All those decisions are based off of the relationship of your structure to the market data. Then on top of that, we give you a merit budget or PFP recommendation going forward. And while this number, you could, for some odd reason, doesn't make sense to me necessarily, but the market has been fixated with this 3%. Just other than the really odd years like last year, when we poll clients and ask them, what kind of merit budget are you setting aside for next year? Whenever their next year is, whether they're given or not, maybe this month, October, January, or December, and that number keeps overwhelmingly come back at 3%. So we are recommending 3% for basically a PFP, because if we were in your shoes, we would say we pretty much are achieving our goal of paying and setting up our ranges to track closely to this 25th percentile target and to keep pace with that this time next year. We'd like to be right where we're at on a relative basis, or maybe slightly improved. So here's an example. We don't have to stop on every one, but here's an example for the exempt structure. We list the grade, we list the current midpoint, we list the recommended midpoint, and then we list the percent change. And you'll notice here we're saying, in essence, the bottom part of your range relative to your philosophy is pretty well aligned with market. The top part of your range drops below market, so let's raise the higher grades by a higher percentage. That's the idea of let's track the ranges to our philosophy, which is P25. So you'll notice here on the exempt, it's 0 increase. This doesn't mean employees get 0. This says the range doesn't move. Okay, so I want to make sure people understand that. If you look at the management group, we make some recommendations to hold it steady because it's competitive. But in grades 8 and 7, you kind of dip below market. So we ask that you consider moving those by 4%. For those that are following along on the slideshow, here are the non-exempt, IT exempt, and IT non-exempt. You'll see in some cases, like IT, where we're simply saying across the board, move those ranges by 2%. Those are pretty well positioned in whole relative to your target. So we're suggesting a 2% structure increase. And then a flip again, the craft group. Craft group is a little different this year. I would say in a what I call a non-COVID year, the structure of the craft, so the midpoints and the ranges of the craft group are actually slightly positioned above the targeted market, the 25th percentile. Historically, when there have been hiring issues in the county over the years, that group has felt a brunt of the pressure of ability to hold or attract people. We are hearing across the board from every client that there's going to be tremendous pressure on the bottom part of the organization and your ability to hold people, or especially if you have openings, to get people to come to work. It is not unusual.
In any period in the economy where the construction business is booming, we have trouble holding on to our people.
Yeah.
And our benefits are a major reason that we're able to do as well as we do in holding on to our people.
Yeah.
But a bull economy puts us at risk
Well,
with
a
our craft
22-year-old could
workers.
care less about what he's going to get at age 65.
Right.
He wants to know what he's going to get for Friday night's party.
Yeah.
Or to feed his family, so.
Yeah, I would say the other thing that I found interesting, every year I come for the presentation, I typically stop down on the third floor and I glance at the board, and I will say already there's probably more postings on that board than I've seen in a long time, which means you might already be feeling the brunt of just the overall. We said the bottom row seems to be getting the top pressure. One of my clients sent me an article the other day called, a link to an article called The Great Resignation. And it was about the more seasoned people who went through the pandemic and are kind of reassessing life. And I got a feeling there's a lot of people in this room that are thinking the same thing. So there is going to be there's a feeling that there's going to be this movement out at the same time. We're already seeing that. We are seeing, again, not pressure most at the bottom, but across the board, people are having a really hard time hiring people.
While we're on this page, one of the things that I've looked at quite a bit is the law enforcement area. And while we talk about midpoints, what I've been looking at is the average, because that speaks to me about the actual people that we have and where they are. And I'm sure that Ange or Robin probably have relayed to you my concern that we are so far, in my opinion, so far below specifically Dallas in the average pay right now.
Yeah, in the law enforcement, as we've discussed, it does show up more dramatically under certain types of roles within the sheriff's department than others. So I think part of it is what's causing that. I would say you probably have long-term employees, just like somebody like Dallas would have long-term employees. So we might have to start, which is challenging, but we might have to start looking at the top part of, the within any step, or within any grade, the steps and the value of the step at the high end.
Right. And that's what I was wondering, as far as, do we have a comparable number of steps? Do we have a bigger jump between steps, or a lower, smaller jump between steps? Because I may be wrong, but I'm just maybe naive to think that the people who've been here for longer periods of time are going to stay here.
Yeah.
And the same with Dallas, but we're not going to have that many people who have been here that much longer.
So I don't know the answer, just to that specific question, but it's likely some combination of what you just said. We can certainly take a look at their structure specifically and kind of do a Dallas County, Tarrant County.
I hope that we can find a way in it. And I looked at law enforcement. That's not saying that I wouldn't want to do this across the board, but it seems like from an average standpoint, again, and this may be the big assumption that says, no, we don't do it, but I'm just thinking that our tenured people, that our people probably have the same average number of years, if not more, when you look overall.
I would agree. Right.
Then I just don't think our people should be that much lower than their counterparts in Dallas County.
Okay.
From that standpoint.
I agree. And the other thing would be, without getting into too much, the other thing would be, how do they structure their different roles inside of the sheriff's department?
Yeah.
Is a sheriff, a deputy investigation different than a deputy patrol and so forth? And do they have those jobs graded differently? That could also be something that's impacting some of those jobs in terms of Tarrant County versus Dallas County. So Ange kind of mentioned that to me when I sat down.
And I think we also talked a little bit about the detention officer at grade 51.
And we'd heard there's talk of that too, which is, again, is where do you want to be competing with and who's most important? Because I think we have 13 or 14 county cities in there. And on a relative basis, you're doing all right. But relative to certain key places like Dallas, there are some places where you're well positioned and some places where you're not as well positioned. Okay.
For next week, we're going to be bringing to the court a discussion and a potential action item as it relates to confinement officers.
Okay. Ange may want to probably come up and give you some costing details, but this is it's hard to read up there. I think there's, we try to take all the different policy groups, kind of throw them in one big basket, look at all the market data, throw them in one big basket, and give you a visual of where are we paying people relative to this target we've established. And the lines you'd be looking at is Tarrant TC actual, which is a dark black line, and then the P25 red is your overall target, and those lines basically sit on top of each other. So it says in aggregate, you are living up to your philosophy. It doesn't mean everybody's paid the exact same thing, but if you take everybody together, you've achieved and have over the years maintained this, which is your philosophy. We have lots of companies who say, we want to pay this way, and you look at the numbers and like, you're 15% behind what you say you want to pay. That's not the case necessary in Tarrant County. So I can answer any other questions. I know Ann's has some costing information. So I think that's what you want to do. I'll stay close.
Morning, Ange.
Mine, he's taller than I am. Okay, so you do have the one-page cost sheet that explains the different costs of those recommendations. This is the structure recommendations from Korn Ferry along with the 3% merit pool. So the general road and bridge funds are at the top, about $12.5 million. Resource connection below that at about $30,000. Public health below that at about $308,000, with a total cost across all funds, excluding grants, of about $12.9 million. This is fairly similar to previous years, what we've seen with a little bit of creep for inflation. With that, as I said earlier, we'll have additional discussions, some recommendations for you next week or possibly the following week, in addition to what Mr. Manius mentioned earlier.
Let's just take the law enforcement structure for a second.
Yes, sir.
What is included in that 3.2?
So on the presentation, what it shows is a 2.5 increase at the bottom, which is the grade 51s, and it graduates up 0.5% to the grade 60s to reach 7%. So each grade goes up 0.5% for that recommended.
So it doesn't take into account anything that I think we're going to talk next week about.
Yeah, and I was going to say that this is looking at current situation. And so we're going to have some discussions with the court next week about confinement officers. And if the court moves toward the recommendation of staff, then that number is going to increase.
Okay, and you have already estimations of what that would cost.
Yes, sir.
I know you and I had talked a little bit about, I know what we're talking about as far as 51s to 52s, but as you addressed or attempted to address the average salaries in all of the other levels going up.
Right.
And is that going to be a part of next week's?
Yeah, I can address a little bit now, and we can talk about it a little bit further next week. Okay. So having looked at Dallas County's salary structures, they're fairly similar to ours. It does take about the same amount of years to reach those maximums as it does here at Tarrant County. They have fewer steps than us, not many fewer. We have 10, they have 8. The last couple of steps in between are 2 years instead of ours, which are 1 year. So it's similar, a little bit different, but very similar. So what we generally see is the maximums being higher, which leads to, of course, average salaries being higher at Dallas County. So when I compared our current structures to Dallas County's, our proposed structures to Dallas County's current structures, we see those maximums get much closer. So now that we've taken sort of the cap off of those salaries on the step scale, because now we've got agreement from the sheriff's office that those salaries can exceed the sheriff's salary. We can start moving those maximums more quickly than we have in the past. We've had a very compressed bunch of scales previously because we had that cap. With the sheriff's agreement, we now can move those, as you've seen with the recommendations, as much as 7% on the tap end. And that'll keep us year after year, if we keep doing this, as we've said we're going to do in the past, then we can make progress on those maximums.
Okay. But right now, we're talking about almost 13 million, all funds, all
Right.
in, before we talk about the recommendations next week.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Oh, I do. I don't have a question, but I have a comment. I think when we had our conference call maybe a month or so ago, I had requested some specific information about public health.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we're not ready to present that this week, I would like to see it next week.
Yeah. You know, we really, Paul and I both looked, there really aren't any major trends going on right now other than what we typically see in healthcare as a whole.
Okay.
So what we see right now is staffing shortages. And that's not new to healthcare. That happens cyclically depending on the position, nurses, EPs, whatever. It happens from time to time. So I don't know that public health individually is seeing any particular trend. I think healthcare is just dealing with staffing as usual. It's not usual, but it is a staffing shortage situation that we've seen cyclically in the past. So we're not seeing a huge increase in salaries. We do see a little bit more focus on retention activities, whether that come through benefits or it come through some sort of a retention bonus, sign-on bonus, something like that.
Sure.
I don't think we're seeing anything yet with salaries.
But the key is the retention aspect.
Yes.
That's something we need to focus on.
Yeah. Which I think we talked about it during that call, like work that you all are doing to see, how we can be as competitive as possible given that we're public sector. So,
right.
Yeah.
And I guess I would say, since you mentioned that, as we look at the whole budget process, because I know that we're looking at a lot of different things in public health. I would really like to have some very detailed comparisons between at least the 5 to 6 large counties in Texas with regards to the number of employees, some compensation ideas from where we stand in that regard, and different, what type of employees we have and how that compares it. Whether it's just one, instead of being one just total, okay, they have X number of employees, to some degree broken down by categories if that is possible. I know it's possible, it's just a matter of how much we want to. We've got some time to do that, and I mean, ultimately, if we can't get it easily, we can get it the hard way through public information requests.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you, sir.
Members of the court, we can now go to item E on the briefing. This is the Tarrant County General Obligation Bond Program. We're going to get some comment, or have received some comments from our bond counsel. I would like to also say that our financial advisor, Ms. Alexander, is here today. And if you have any questions as relates to her, we should be getting the July 25th roll from TAD sometime this week. We talked with him yesterday. I know that there might have been some preliminary discussion of what that number might be, but we'll get the official roll sometime this week. So with that, just a quick comment also. Our hearings or our analysis on the initial $200 million transportation piece of that is still going well. We had to cancel a meeting last week. I think that it was a good thing that we did. I think we'll have much greater input from the committee itself and from the consultants. I believe they have another meeting in about 10 days, and so they'll come back and they'll have discussions. we're also going to try to have some conversations with Mr. Vandergriff and different members of the court also this week.
So you're saying, GK, that the next project evaluation committee meeting is in about a week and a half?
I think that's what it is,
Okay.
yes. And we'll get the dates and make sure that you all are aware of those. So with that, I'm going to ask Jonathan Krantz with our bond counsel to come up and talk a little bit about the language on the propositions. There's going to be 2 propositions on the November ballot. And so, Jonathan, you want to come forward?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Jonathan Krantz from Kelly Hart. Very proud to serve as your bond counsel, your co-bond counsel. Bob Dransfield with Norton Rose Fulbright couldn't be here this morning. This morning I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the 2 propositions and the ballot language coming up for your 2021 bond election. Sorry about that. Is that better?
Yes.
All right. So we have 2 propositions. We have Proposition A, which is going to pertain to the transportation, and we have Proposition B, which will pertain to the Criminal Justice Center. I'll talk about Proposition A first. I'll give you a couple of general comments, and I'll turn it over for question before I move it over to Proposition B. Proposition A has a good deal of language in there, but the majority of it is legalese, and it's prescribed by law and convention. The italicized language is really where the rubber meets the road, and it's what describes the actual purpose of the proposition. In the case of Proposition A, we have $400 million for purchasing, constructing, reconstructing, renovating, rehabilitating, improving, and maintaining streets, highways, roads, and bridges within Tarrant County, including city, state, and county streets, roads, highways, and bridges, and for the acquisition of land and rights of way therefore. So what we try to do with this language is A, to give you as much flexibility as we can to achieve the goals that you have with your bond program, and B, to make sure we're staying in within the proper statutory and constitutional guidelines. One of the benefits of this language is that it is substantially similar to your 2006 road bond language. So it gives us the added benefit of precedence, which is very important to have in the bond business. So again, that's Proposition A. Before I move on to Proposition B, are there any questions?
Is there any distinguishment between state and federal highways?
If I read state here, I am assuming that this does not include federal. That would be
do
my...
we not have federal highways that we might want to work with the feds on to do?
Go ahead, answer him.
To be honest, Judge,
I got all different questions.
I mean, because if I'm thinking of interstate, well, let's just take Interstate 30. I kind of view that as a federal highway, even though I know that TxDOT is responsible for the maintaining of it, but it is a federal highway, and we'll use federal funds to, we've got a couple of interchanges that we're looking at that might qualify in that area. So I certainly wouldn't want to eliminate the ability to spend this money on highways that are federal. Stan, is there a difference between federal and state highways?
So let me
Stick
ask
federal in there.
Let me ask a question. On our last bond package, did we have federal in there?
we did not. But I tell you what, let me take a look at that question. It might be that the language that we have will get us there, but I would need to take a look at that outside.
Yeah, my question's somewhat similar, but there are a number of projects that we, in the 06 bond package, that we took money, partnered with entities that use federal money to do their part of the project. Not necessarily a federal highway, but as in a interstate highway.
Yeah.
Or a US 287 or 280, whatever. but they use federal dollars that were allocated to, on a bond project. So
I don't see any issues with that. The source of other monies coming into a project shouldn't be a barrier to using your bond funds for that project.
I agree with him. I would like to take all the federal money we can take, but I think for us to spend our limited funds on federal roadways when they've got $1 trillion infrastructure package pending is not something that's real attractive to me.
Okay, here's the question though. Let's say, for example, that the federal government says we want at least a 10% match. So now we can take $1 million and we can leverage that to gain $10 million. That's what I mean, this whole thing is on a leverage type basis. I've
never seen the federal government require a local match on their roads.
In the last deal, we put money into a project that was the largest federal project across this country in title funds. It was the north part of DFW connector. And we put money up and they put money in, and they put in, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of $450 million. So what I'm just saying is...
That's a slightly different proposition. That was a federal financing vehicle.
Well, but not all of the money that was in there that got that program and that financing into it came... If we had not put some money up ourselves, we wouldn't have gotten it.
But it wasn't required.
It wasn't a federal road. It wasn't an interstate highway. So you're mixing apples and oranges.
Well, I understand that, but the point of it is why do we want to restrict our ability to determine whether we're going to use funds from somebody else? I mean, I'm of the opinion that we ought to make this so wide open and available that if the public wanted to say, we'll put money into this deal, and it would benefit transportation in Tarrant County, we could spend our transportation bonds on that, money on that, to make it happen. Why are we going to limit potentially our ability to leverage dollars for transportation?
We're not doing that. He already said that taking the federal money was not a problem. So the issue is, are we going to spend our dollars on federal roads? That's a separate proposition.
So we'll go ahead and look at that, but I would like to point something out. That when you look at the language that's underlined, it's for all these type of activities, maintaining streets, roads, highways, and bridges within Tarrant County. So you have an all-inclusive aspect there, and including what you see on the other line. We'll just simply go back and take a look at it if that would suffice for using monies if it happens to be anything on a federal roadway. But I think that has always been we've always tried to use our language to the point that it gives greatest flexibility as we possibly can to the court.
And that's all I'm looking for. I mean, I would like to have the ability to use the money on anything I can put a car on.
We're not going to ask for your approval on this today. What we're asking for is for comments like we're getting right now. Because we do not need to come back to you until August 10th. We're going to try to get there a little earlier when we ask you to pass the order to call the bond program, and then this language will be part of that order.
Okay. Now, the judge just said everything you can put a car on.
Car, bus, anything, I mean, maybe not a rail, but anything that drives on wheels.
Okay, there we go.
Except
I don't want to leave out, no.
I guess you can put a bike on there.
Yes.
But I'm interested in...
We're still going to be restricted to that which we can legally fund by state statute.
Axle vehicles. And, okay, go ahead.
We'll take a look into that question, and like I said, we'll make sure that you are casting the broadest net we can within the appropriate
So that we can
confines.
get people around.
And I think in the last one, we assumed that we could put it on transit, but that got nixed, and I'm assuming that after discussions that y'all have had before, that that's still nixed, and we can't put it on rail. We can put it on intersections where
We can do the roadways across the track.
across the tracks, but we can't do the tracks.
Any further questions on Proposition A? I'll turn to B. This is for the Criminal Justice Center. Same thing here. We've got a lot of language. Most of it is prescribed by law and convention. The italicized language is the important language for the purposes today, and that's $116 million. And I understand that number.
Can we get this on the screen?
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
Thank you.
$116 million for the purchase, construction, improvement, or equipment of county office buildings, including a new criminal justice office building and facilities in support thereof, and the purchase or improvements of sites therefore. Whereas our last language was modeled after our 2006 proposition, much of this language is actually lifted straight out of the statutory authorization from which we'll be operating to issue these bonds. We've done a call out for the Criminal Justice Center just to give the public the flair of what you're going for here. But we try to cast a very broad net here that would allow you to do not only that facility, but for example, parking facilities that might be necessary as a result of constructing this facility.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
My question is, why are we calling it something that it's really not? Like criminal justice, criminal justice office building. When we built, in the 2006 election, we built a medical examiner's building, and we called it a medical examiner's building. We didn't call it a post-healthcare building or something like that. We built a maximum security jail, and we called it, I believe, a MAC. We didn't have a name for it. It's now the Lott Evans, just criminal, what's it?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, we have a great deal of flexibility of what we put right there. Where you see criminal justice office building, the important part of that particular language is what surrounds it.
The problem is that when we move this project forward to the voters, there's got to be, along with the transportation part of it, there's got to be some, I'll use the term, education of the public.
Sure.
Okay? And it would be my guess that the Commissioners Court will be the group that is the people that are educating the public probably about the road bond program. But when you come to the criminal district attorney's building, it's probably going to be the criminal district attorney that's the one out there promoting or educating. I don't want to use the word promoting, educating the public. Should it not be called the criminal district attorney building?
We can definitely do that. Again, it's that language provides us.
Is there some reason we're using such a generic? I think Justice Center is very misleading.
So let me help, okay?
I think that means a court building.
Sure.
So I think one of our concerns is, obviously, this building is going to be for the DA's office. But if we have other uses for that building also while we're in the term of paying the debt off, we may very well be limited on what we can put into that building because that's not what we asked the voters to vote for. If we get to a point that the cost of that building is going to be less than $116 million, then what happens is that if we are so specific in the use of the building that, let's say there's $5 million left over, let's say it's 111 rather than 116, we will not be able to use that money on other facilities except because we've designated it specifically for the district attorney's office. That's the only reason why we were doing that. It was, once again, to give to give some flexibility to the court. I will tell you, I've been doing bond packages from this county for a long time. And if you use the term criminal justice, you're going to get a big boost in voters. Okay, so that's why we thought that this terminology would be sufficient to make sure that everyone knows this is criminal justice. This isn't just another governmental building, but it still gives you the flexibility to utilize that building while you're paying off this debt, which is probably going to be a 20-year, 30-year debt. If you can use part of it for something else, then we won't ever have to worry about that hurdle. And that's the only reason that we use that time.
Why did we pick the number $116 million?
That was the number that I guess our consultant.
I thought they'd gotten it down below 100 million.
That was certainly my hope, was that we were going to get it down substantially below 116 million.
Well, then, in that, quite frankly, that goes and points out the issue that we may have. Let's say that it comes in less. Let's say we do value engineering on it, and we bring that number down, and we get this bond package passed. You still then have funds that you can use to do work in other criminal justice.
I share that concern. I mean, we're going to the people and we're saying we're building I don't mind calling it a criminal justice building, so that in case we have space that y'all don't need in the beginning, that it could be utilized, because we've talked about maybe other justice-related activities being in there. But when you say and facilities in support thereof, there are going to be those who'll step and say, well, they're not telling us what they really want to build.
And the support facilities is the parking garage.
Well, then say parking. I mean,
but we didn't do that on all those other buildings, okay?
Did our language
the
include
medical examiner's building, the family court building, the civil courts building? So now you're saying that the Vandergrift Civil Courts building, don't even think about putting something over that's different than civil courts?
Not until we've paid off the bonds. Now, we put limited parking in that building. I think we're talking about enough parking here, because we're talking about over 500 spaces, that we probably need to say criminal justice and parking. But I hear what you're saying, and I think what GK's saying, and tell me, because you're exactly right, we're still paying on that debt. So right now what you're telling me is, by that deal, we could not put any other justice type activities. Do we have anything in the family law building that's not directly related to family law? We got a lot of other activities. I guess the 4D courts are there, but that's related to
that's family law.
4D courts.
Those are all. That's all.
I mean, I'm agreeing with that.
Is the district clerk, county clerk, they have offices over there?
I know.
But that would be at least related to the justice, because you got, it's part of the trial. I understand what you're saying.
It doesn't say it.
I don't disagree with that. What I don't want to do is I want to keep it, I don't want us to give us the ability to branch out too much. If we end up putting 116 and it ends up 96 voters, we didn't use 20 million, and it's not going to get issued. So I'd probably want to be, I understand the need for being a little bit more broad as it relates to other justice. If the sheriff needed a little office over there or something along that top line, so I could see that happening, but I don't want to give us a wide open to be able to build another building besides that. I'm looking at one building with parking.
Well, and I would still urge to keep facilities in support thereof. And one of the reasons that I drafted that specifically instead of parking is that, as I understand it, if where you might build this facility, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure if there are any recent updates on that, but one of the ideas was to build this in an existing parking lot so that you're not only taking up the parking you're not only eliminating parking that you're giving to this new building, but you're going to have to build a parking garage that will facilitate parking potentially for other facilities.
All I'm saying is define facility as parking facility and not leaving it wide open to where it could be, whatever. It could be another public health place or anything else. It's criminal justice, or in my mind, and I'm just one, but in my mind, it's a justice. It's really a DA's office. I understand the need for maybe broadening it a little bit, but it's a DA's office building and parking.
Related there too.
I just don't want to have to, I would like for what that building's going to be called that in the ballot.
I think the voters.
And it's not.
that.
Now, are we talking about?
I guarantee you, everybody that reads that is going to think it's a courtroom.
Yeah, so I agree. So it'd be what I think what you're saying.
That's the wrong name.
Criminal District Attorney's building and parking thereof or something.
Well,
we can figure out what the name is.
It's not a justice center.
Yeah, you're right, because everybody's going to immediately think that's another court building.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't thought about that, but you're right.
We'll work with your staff on some variances to that language.
Why don't you work with the criminal district attorney also?
Yes, sir.
See what she'd like to call it.
Under the ballot language, I think we've got an A missing under the and building, comma, ND.
Yes, sir. Apologies for that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Jake. Okay, we're now going to go ahead and move to item B under briefing. This is the hospital district's monthly update. Mr. Early is here to address the court at this time.
I'd say Paul got out of here pretty easy.
A couple things. Thank you all so much for your patience today and going through everything. I want to thank the court for ending today in the names of Ted Blevins and Tony Goodman. I had the luxury of serving with both of them. Ted was amazing with his attitude towards not only what he did for Lena Pope, but what he did for the homelessness of this community, which a lot of people don't know or recognize. Ted Blevins was an incredible guy. And then Toby Goodman, I had the luxury of serving with Toby in the legislature. And he was one of those members of the legislature that could be of a party and committed to what he felt was right, but he also voted for things for the overall good of the community. And it was a nice time when you had people who were not so dogmatic and more interested in doing good for people. So Toby can be well remembered for the good things that he did in the legislature, and he was a good colleague. A couple things. I thought I would start with COVID and a couple of the things that we're seeing at JPS, and then I'll go into a very brief 2 slides, and I'm not a slide guy, but I have slides today because it's the cool thing to do, and I'll have some of those slides to talk just a minute about where we are with the bond. COVID, JPS has given 95,291 vaccines, and it's not enough. I wish that number were triple. I don't know what to do. If I could make a PSA, if I could give speeches on the street corner, I use every opportunity to go in front of the community as a non-medical person with medical advice from incredible people in the medicine field to talk about the value of vaccinations. I try every effort I can to diminish the politics of vaccines. I try every effort I can to diminish people's fear that is not based on anything that we have that is science. We're trying to invent things that are not there. Vaccines help. Masks help. Social distancing helps. It makes a difference, particularly now when you have a shell-shocked healthcare community thinking, are we into our next wave? There could be nothing worse than a year and a half of isolation and watching people die inside your hospital to have the fear of everybody saying, are we going right back into it? And part of that to offset that is to be vaccinated. And I am mind-boggled by the people that just will not get vaccinated. And I've talked to some of them, and usually what they end up doing, like the gentleman at Central Market last week, he just walked away from me and said, I really don't want to talk to you anymore. I think he really wanted to just moon me or flip me off, but he was kind in public and didn't do that. But I still stayed to the effort and the commitment to be vaccinated. It's the wisest thing to do. And that speaks to, well, yeah, I hear that people are getting vaccinated and they're still getting COVID. We have two employees so far that have been vaccinated and have tested positive. Their acuity levels have not even caused them to come into the hospital. They are staying at home right now. So the acuity levels, at least in a very small category, do not appear to be very strong. It is akin to the parallel to flu. If you get the flu vaccine, it doesn't guarantee you won't get the flu. But in most cases, those who are flu vaccinated have a better resistance and less adversary challenges with the flu when they get the vaccine. It's the same with COVID. So I have tried to keep you all up to date on a weekly basis. Sometimes that gets challenging because life gets in the way. You all have meetings. I have meetings. We have also our call day is Thursday. Not sure why we pick Thursday, because once a month that's a board meeting. And I try to give full attention to board the best I can. I can sneak out occasionally, but usually every time I have to talk to Commissioner Allen or Judge Whitley, that's when one of the board members asks me the most critical question of the day. So I do apologize that sometime 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock seem to be the bewitching hour by which they always ask me, Can I ask you this question? It will take you an hour and a half to answer. So I do apologize that sometime it gets messed up on a weekly basis.
I'm pretty sure you picked that day, though, so we could pick another.
Yeah, I'm happy to pick another. I'm not sure magically why that day was picked. And I'm sure I did it. I just don't remember.
Of course you did.
Thank you. Speaking of not remembering, I think it's interesting, my dear friend Roy Brooks, that you have the challenge tonight to tell your bride, I remembered your birthday, sweetheart, and I love you dearly. I just couldn't remember how long we've been married. So I wish you the very best tonight.
I remember. She just doesn't allow me to say it publicly.
I understand. Well, that will work for us, but we're not going home with you tonight. I did want to also let you all know that JPS is continuing to be diligent and continuing to do the job that I think it should be doing. When our numbers declined, and there was a point where I updated you on a week basis, that our numbers had actually declined to about 8 hospitalized patients, which was, I believe, our lowest point. We are now at 31 hospitalized patients. Now, that number is not vastly huge. We had seen numbers in the peak of it up into the 200s. So, yeah, 30 is a long cry from that, but it's not great to see it go from 8 to 31. It's challenging. We do not have a way right now of knowing whether those 31 that have tested positive today have been vaccinated. That is a really big challenge. I've spoken with a couple of y'all about that issue, and it's difficult because some have not, some are by word, yes, I've been vaccinated. We find out sometimes if we can check records that maybe they're not. Sometimes they've been vaccinated once, but not twice. That's a challenge. And some have been vaccinated outside of the state, outside of the county, and those records are difficult, as Vinny can attest to. It's really hard to make sure that you've got the record-keeping capability to test and know where everybody's been vaccinated at. So it's really not a good science to know that we have a higher propensity of non-vaccinated or vaccinated folks. I can only speak to our employees because that's who we know did indeed get vaccinated. But JPS keeps its vigil up to wearing masks. We still have screeners at every door at JPS. We continue to watch visitation. We continue to watch everything we can possibly watch. Our numbers are still a little bit lower for the amount of employees that have gotten COVID. So I think our process is working. The other thing that's working for JPS, which you all have asked about in the past, and the Kind Media did a story on, is our at-home program, where we provide oxygen and we provide a lot of help to people at home with pulse oximeters and oxygen and everything at the home, so that can reduce the amount of hospitalizations that we have. JPS has been vigilant about that. So I think our numbers are a little bit lower than some of the hospitals I'm reading nationwide. So I did want to give you that COVID update. It's again, I think it behooves all of us to be vaccinated, and I would encourage you to be vaccinated. If any of you in here have not been vaccinated at this time, don't make eye contact with me. So if we can do that, that'd be great. Let me talk just a second about the bond, and I'll be conscientious because it does appear that everybody who did make eye contact with me has a look of hunger upon their faces. So let me go to the bond slides, and I'm going to ask Mr. Manias if you'll help me in some form or fashion in knowing how to do that. Are they up there? There they are.
Don't touch the equipment.
I'm not going to touch anything because I know if I touch it, I have to buy it. So the first slide that we have up here is just actually some questions that we are asking at JPS. And again, I don't mean the serpentine look here, but I do get criticized at work for not being the slide guy, not big on PowerPoint slides. But what we're asking internally is, if you step from the very beginning, if you look at retail health, if you begin to ask the questions of where are our food deserts, what are we doing for all the care that we need, what are we doing for health education, what are we doing for the key issues that we need to address, what are we doing for community care, what are we doing for those who are in incredible need. Those are the basics of the basics. You move from there, and we're asking ourselves the question in a bond, where we go now with telehealth, where we go with data sources that we didn't have when the Blue Ribbon Committee was here. What are we doing to ask those questions? As we move from there, we move into primary and specialty care. What are we doing in our clinics? Should there be the clinic in Mansfield? Or as the lady at the town hall meeting that Commissioner Allen had, I want it in Cannondale, and I want it in Cannondale today. And I understand that, and I understand the concerns that a resident would have in Cannondale. But that same look-alike individual lives in North Richland Hills. It says, I want it in North Richland Hills. And that look-alike individual lives in White Settlement and wants the clinic there. So what we've done is we've used Buxton and others to get the best information we've had. But also, there's other factors in there. So that we could have 3 or 4 clinics that could be hairline differences as to where they should be located. And part of the issues that we may discuss is who's willing to donate land, or what could we get that would help the taxpayer and that we would have the gift. I've talked to Commissioner Brooks about this and others about is there county opportunities? Is there county land? Does it fit? And we got a 2nd and a 3rd place finisher, or a 4th and a 5th place finisher, but we got donated land at this facility. The other thing that we look at, and it's on this chart as well, is transportation. We don't want to put a clinic because the numbers say to put it there and people can't get to it. And so what do? JPS is not in the transportation business, but transportation is a key element to getting people to and from the clinic, to and from the hospital, to and from advanced care that we're going to give that we may not have located in our main campus. And Tarrant County is big. If you go out to Boat Club Road and you drive out to JD's district and you drive to the furthest part, there's a sense you're 6 counties away. You're not 6 counties away. You're still in the same county. And if those individuals have no form of transportation, and we put a clinic in Commissioner Johnson's precinct, but it's 20 miles away or 15 miles away from another need, it's done absolutely no good. We have that same problem with our AZO clinic, which have some of the best clinicians in it, the best workers we can possibly have, but it's centrally located by Wise, Denton, Parker, and Tarrant County. And we have more problems and more dissatisfaction out there because we have so many people from other counties coming into that clinic. It was also a clinic that's in a residential area. It's just not in the right spot. But it's good people. They're doing good work, and we still see people out there. But it may be a reconfiguration of some of the clinics we currently have. So these are the questions that we're asking, and then you go into acute care, and post-acute care. One of the challenges at JPS that we talked about in the Blue Ribbon Committee, and I was not there during this time, and you all did not have input into that when they built the pavilion, but it really didn't make a whole lot of sense to put the pavilion across the street from the main campus and the main building. We transport a good deal of folks back and forth. We lose time. It would be smart, as the Blue Ribbon Committee suggested, that acute care all be in one place. It would be on one side of the street. So we have this sky bridge that we need just shy of a traffic light in, because we have so much patient traffic going back and forth, and that's not wise. So it's not good to have a patient tower. You got 11 stories of acute care, and then you have your ORs, your ICU, and 3 step-down units across the street. You move patients a lot, and that's not wise. So this little chart is just a serpentine view of some of the most basic of basic questions that we ask ourselves internally. Which of the journey points are most relevant to JPS's master plan and therefore the bond package, and what should we be doing? That creates concerns when people say, I don't see the shovel and I don't see the dirt moving. You want to make sure you get those questions answered correctly. Mr. Manius, without touching everything, how do I go to the next slide? There
it just happens.
Thank you. This is a magical place. This is like Disneyland to me. The county is Disneyland to me. Thank you all very much. What this is, and you're a character, and this in it, I'm not making eye contact with him. Now, what you have is all these little flags. This is done by our Broadus and Levis team. And the reason I want you all to have this is because what is the structure of our meetings at JPS? We got very specific about this, and we put names in it. Our primary contact is obviously with our finance department and what we're doing and how we're dealing with that. We then go into our service line, and you see some of our service line folks. These are people that are offering the services so that when we build a building, we don't build it in the wrong place. We got criticized severely back in the 90s when physicians said, why would you do that? Why would you put the acute care across the street? We didn't think about our physicians because they weren't included in the discussion. User group, stakeholders. Then we go to our weekly meetings. We go to the JPS facilities department. We go to the Broadus Levis team. And we go to the Broadus Levis and facility meetings. We have those weekly. So then what we do is we created the JPS Bond Executive Steering Committee. We love to name committees. Thought that was a dandy one. So the JPS Bond Executive Steering Committee is made up of Mr. Petty. You can see the other board members that are on there. It's made up of myself, Dr. Duncan. And what we do with that is everything percolates up from the bottom, and it gets to that level where we really discuss some of those issues. That committee is not a decision-making committee. They make no decisions. They discuss. They get it to a higher level of discussion, and we begin to include board members into some of the decisions or the thought process, rather, not decisions, the thought process that were made at a previous level. We get to that. Now, if you go to the next level, that's where I think is critical, and that is our JPS Finance Committee, because now we need to ask the question, what is it going to be from a debt standpoint? What is it going to be from an FTE standpoint when we put that building up? Everybody says, we need new behavioral health. Let's put a new 6-story tower in for behavioral health. There's no greater problem than behavioral health in Tarrant County. We know that. We hear that. No doubt. But what's it going to be to put the FTEs in that building? How many FTEs are currently working? Is there 45 FTEs and we just move them to a new building? Or is it going to be 45 FTEs plus 60 more to run that building? That's where your planning committee and your finance committee really come into play. The box to that, to that other side is blank. And it's blank not because Robert Early couldn't type, which is in question. It's blank because that's where I want to insert you all. I have suggested to the court on 2 previous occasions that I think it would be very beneficial if the court made 2 appointees to serve as liaisons for information. And I will leave that matter up to you all. I don't know how you make that selection process, if it's some kind of numbering game that you all do or whatever it is. Pick a number between 1 and 10, but I think it would be great if we could have you in that box and then Mr. Manius, because my goal in life is to create more meetings for him to go to. And I think it would be really, really good to have Mr. Manius and the staff that you all have attending those, because at that point, no decision has been made. The board in its totality hasn't heard it yet, And the first time staff put this chart together, they only had the county commissioners at the very end. And I think that's unfair to y'all, because at that point, so many other people have looked at it, and then you all don't have much of a choice to get input. And if it's a decision you don't like, then you're going to look like the bad folks all the time saying no to it, or why don't we do this? So my suggestion is, if you all will help me fill in that square, I'd be delighted to have that, and that meets on a usually at this point on a monthly basis, and that then percolates everything up from the bottom. From there, we will go to the board of directors, which should say managers. I apologize. The JPS board of managers would be there, and then it would come to the commissioners court for final approval. So I just wanted you all to see that. It's a flow chart. It's a map to give you an idea of how much we're meeting currently. Everything at the bottom below the JPS Bond Executive Steering Committee is meeting weekly. I will tell you that just as we heard at Commissioner Allen's town hall meeting, I think it was evidence that Bratislava's team and JPS have now figured out the formula to getting along and working together. I think the bumps and the problems we had at the beginning have been resolved, and I think it's going much better. Now I want to make sure from above that we create the right environment for you all, and it's the right amount of input, and we're not having you going to needless meetings, but it's where there's substance. So that's my comments on the bond. I'm happy
Robert,
to answer anything.
I agree that it would be useful for this court to have a way to hear the discussions and the planning that goes on at JPS in regard to the bond program. I wonder, however, rather than putting two commissioners and GK in this little box over to the side, whether or not it might be appropriate to put those three persons on the Bond Executive Steering Committee.
Yeah, I'll certainly defer to y'all, and we can discuss it. I don't have an opposition to that. The Bond Steering Committee is more a work committee. It's more a discussion of should we go right, left, and different, and it's a lot of discussion. It's not formalized as much. The next level tends to be where the decisions are made, but I'm okay. I'll certainly defer to y'all.
I think the important thing is to be sure that we know we can only have two of us on the committee.
Right.
It would be to make sure that everybody else can send the staff, and the staff understands that there is invited to make comments and do things as
sure.
Whoever the two that are picked from the court to go on.
One of the things that you could potentially do, Commissioner, to do, and I'm thinking off the cuff, is the Executive Steering Committee. We will let those meetings, obviously. You know, we've had basically 1.5 of those. We had a formulating group to just get together, and then we had our last meeting last week. That could be certainly where your staffs could go and be invited, and then inform you all, and then you would be well briefed when you got to the next level.
I know previously Roy and I and GK had been a part of that. I think that's what you were referring to.
Correct.
But then I think we could be more diligent in inviting and making sure that everybody's staff was invited there also.
Yes, sir. And we'll make sure that's the case. We usually have, the last meeting we had off campus, it's just a little bit easier, so it might even be easier if we had a central location that was closer down here, and then staff could attend a little bit easier. That way it helps brief you all.
Okay, any questions of Robert? Stick around.
Yeah, my day is with you all, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. Thank you all very much.
I'm just glad you only had 2 slides. I think
that's 2 more than I've ever had. And
this time, at this point.
Yeah, I have 1 slide later on. Commissioner Johnson, thank you. I appreciate your excitement level for my presentation. Thank you. Look at that. We can't really hear you, but we can interpret what you're saying. I think I know what you said. Thank you.
Okay, before we move to the next round, I want to at least take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, we now go back. I'd like to start just by starting on our section, but to tell you that we provided we are not going to do a formal presentation on item number 1. We will get Mr. Tenage up here in just a second to do his. Would like to say that we have provided you, I believe yesterday, and I believe it's in your red folders also, our various updates that you see on a weekly basis. And if you have any questions that you would like for us to address, we'll be more than happy to attempt to do that. If we can't do that in court, we will get you an answer and give that answer to the entire court. So if there's no questions, I'm going to ask Mr. Tenage to come up and give us a health update.
Well, good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the court.
Good afternoon.
I have quite a few updates today, unfortunately. I wanted to first start off with a little blip on the radar, but it could have been a big thing. Fortunately, it looks like we're okay, but we did get our first monkeypox positive traveler from Nigeria in Dallas County, landed next door. And as with a lot of things imported, of course, the person came in on a plane. There were some local Tarrant County residents there. We found 2 local contacts. Both have been deemed low risk, and the incubation period will end at the end of the month. So we're in constant communication with them, and they've been educated on what to look for, what to report, and all those types of things. Now, in 2003, there was a bigger outbreak. There were about 47 or 48 cases in the Midwest. I think Wisconsin, Iowa, a few other states were involved. That situation was a little different. It came in with imported animals that were sold at pet stores. If you remember the prairie dog outbreak, that's the monkeypox outbreak we had in 2003. So it was a little bit more prolonged situation. We've had 2 months ago, a imported case from Nigeria went over into UK with human-to-human transmission. Public health tries to clamp down real quick. So no spread occurred there, and we're hoping that no spread occurs here. But again, till the incubation period's over, you never know for sure. But we know that neighboring health departments, the regional office, everybody's very, very involved. CDC's been involved in all of this. So so far, no risk identified for the general public. I wanted to make sure that's very clear. It's limited to those travelers, and we're on top of that. Just a quick background on what monkeypox is. It's call it similar to chickenpox or smallpox or any of those. They're pox-like illness. It can cause a fever, cough, a general malaise, and pox. Little pustules all across. And the incubation period is usually about 5 to 13 days, and the rash can start in about 1 to 3 days after exposure. So generally, try to stay away from these things, but it does happen from time to time, and it can spread with droplets, just like with the flu, but it can also spread with direct contact with the bodily fluids from a broken pustule. So those are the 2 main issues with that. Any questions?
Before you move on, so I know you gave some background on monkeypox, the etymology of the name, and really I want to help educate folks so that hopefully, folks from Africa or other places won't experience racism because of the term monkeypox.
Right. So it is actually, originally it was found in some monkeys that were imported from Africa. So it is a disease that is common in monkeys, but when human interaction does occur, it can spill over into the human population as well. And like with many other illnesses, they were named way back when people were a little less sensitive to how it may, impact others who might not fully be aware of where the origins are and how it's all kind of viewed several years down the road.
Sure.
So,
thank you.
COVID situation, again, we're at the start of a surge. By some angles, we're actually surging already. But nothing compared, like Mr. Early said, nothing compared to what we saw back in December, January timeframe. But it is reminiscent of what happened in July last year. Our hospitalizations are up significantly. Our cases are starting to rise up. So in Tarrant County hospitals, we're at 327 people hospitalized. That's 7.34% of the capacity utilized by COVID. And it's a striking difference. I mean, from 2 weeks ago when we spoke, we were at 190, and that was an increase from 2 weeks before that, we were at 90. So in the last 4 weeks or so, we've almost quadrupled in hospitalizations. And then the Trauma Service Area E, which is the 19-county region, we have 813 people in the hospital, which is 5.23% of that available hospital capacity. Similar quadruple effect over the last 4 weeks.
And now, the trigger level
is 15%.
15%.
And that's according to the governor's order. Yes, sir.
TSA E area.
Yes, sir. That is correct. And those are baked into his orders that if you cross the 15% mark and stay above that, I believe, for a week, 7 days, then there will be automatic rollbacks on restaurant capacities and bar closures and all those type of things. But again, that's a Trauma Service Area E hospital capacity measure.
So we are quite a ways from that right now.
Yes, sir.
But the rate is rising rapidly.
That is correct. Yes, sir. So last Friday, we moved our community spread level to high. That's based on different indicators, not the governor's orders. Those are based on CDC indicators of spread. There's two indicators that CDC is using. One is positivity rate. The other one is case rate. And either one of them could put you in a higher category. So whichever one moves first, you use that one. And in our case, the positivity rate had spiked above 10%. And so that put us in a high community spread level. And I'll show you that in the next chart, but I wanted to point out one thing. We've looked at the R0, and we were doing pretty well. I think at the low of the pandemic, we were down to 0.53. We're now at 1.29. That means every one person who's positive with COVID is infecting at least 1.29 people on average. So there is a spread that is happening pretty rapidly. The norm is 1 or below. That's where we want to be. And once you start getting above 1, things start to escalate pretty fast.
Manny, before you go on, I mean, we're using high again, but it seems to me like we're in a different position than the high we may have been at before. In that high last time, we didn't have near as many people vaccinated, or the vaccinations were not out there and available. So shouldn't there be some distinguishment between that? Because I mean, it all goes back to the vaccination. I mean, I'm kind of in a loss. I want to get as many people vaccinated as we possibly can, because it seems, at least to me, to be that if someone has been vaccinated, even if they come down with it, it's a much milder case. And it's not one that is normally, and I'll say when I mean that, I mean 99 times out of 100, if you've been vaccinated, you're not going to end up back in the hospital. You're not going to end up in the hospital. And it's going to likely be a very mild case. So to me, it's a different high. Is that high taking into account the number of people vaccinated?
Yes, because it's actually going based on the positivity that we're seeing and the case rates that we're seeing. And like you said, vaccinated people aren't the ones usually getting ill. Most of them are protected. I mean, for all practical purposes, vaccinated people are immune to the virus. Now, can there be breakthrough infections that occur? You've heard the numbers, vaccines 95% effective. Okay, well, that lends you to understand that about 5% of people still run a chance of getting ill. They'll have some protection. So people who get vaccinated, we can pretty much not worry about them right now. What we're worried about and what we're seeing is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. I mean, that's the unfortunate part.
So does your positivity rate does it change the denominator because of people vaccinated?
No, sir. The positivity rate is based on how many tests were run within the county. So let's say 100 tests were run. What we're seeing is about 15 are coming back positive. So that's a very high positivity rate. So it doesn't take into account what their other status was. It's just how many people were tested and how many are positive for COVID.
But the point that needs to be made over and over and over is that the vaccination is the key to getting out of this situation.
It is a guaranteed way to get out of it.
The CDC, I believe, says that 96.5% of the persons in the hospitals now are unvaccinated.
That is
96.5% are unvaccinated. And there's even a higher percentage of those who are dying from COVID who are unvaccinated. It's 99 point something % of those who are dying are unvaccinated. The key is take the shot.
Yes, sir.
Take the shot. Otherwise, you leave yourself open to sickness and or death.
I know.
Can't be any plainer than that.
Cannot be any more clear.
You gotta take the damn shot.
That is correct.
What, in regards to the testing itself, which then is so what you're saying is the denominator is the number of people tested?
Correct.
So how different are the numbers as far as the number of people who are testing per week as compared to what it used to be?
It ebbs and flows. So they're starting to increase, but the numbers are very low compared to what we saw earlier when, the pandemic was raging. A lot of people were wanting to get tested. The overall volume has declined.
We've gone to what, from testing for free to testing for $100 and something?
Well, that had always been there. Like the private sector had that fee already there. So it's a bigger
The private sector did, but couldn't we didn't, at our test sites, what were we charging? We weren't charging anything.
We weren't charging anything, but the insurance information was being collected because the companies that we had agreements with, either us or TDEM, those companies were collecting insurance information. And some of the TDEM sites were completely paid for by TDEM. So it was kind of a mishmash of different mechanisms.
But I guess what I'm just saying now is that if somebody doesn't have insurance, they're not going to go get a test because now it's going to cost them money in order to be able to get that test. So we don't have as many people who are willing to get tested if they're coming down or if they think they may be coming down with something. So it seems to me like a lot of, I agree with what Commissioner Brooks says, get vaccinated, but at the same time, some of the other things we're using are not as available anymore, and it seems to me that lack of availability is reducing my denominator and making my likelihood of a higher positivity rate going to show up from that perspective.
So there's a lot of factors in there, but one of the things I wanted to point out, there's a federal mandate for insurance companies to cover all of these COVID-related expenses at no cost to the recipient.
That's fine if you got insurance.
And then there's a lot of avenues for uninsured to be taken care of without, because the providers are allowed to build the federal COVID provider relief fund. So since the start of COVID, the policy has been no cost to the recipient.
Well, but I don't think we've done a very good job of communicating that, because I was at a meeting with the Hispanic Chamber, and again, one of the things they said is, our people don't have insurance, and they're not getting the word that you can get this and it not cost you anything.
Well, every site, even if when you drive by, a lot of the pharmacies and everybody has to sign free testing, free vaccine, no cost to the recipient.
Are those signs in English?
There's in English, they're in Spanish, depending on the area that you're driving through. They cater to the local population. Yes, sir.
I think and we'll talk about a communication plan again in a few minutes, but I think that we've got some issues in some problems, for example.
Absolutely. We'll continue to work on that, but let me try to power through here. Real quick, all the indicators are pointing up. Of note, the positivity rate is at 15%. Should we have more testing? I agree with you. We should have more testing. All avenues should be open because, again, as we surge, that should not be a barrier in the community that I could not get to a testing site or I could not afford to get tested. Totally agree, no arguments there.
So if we don't have a whole lot of testing sites any longer.
Not publicly supported ones.
But do we have pop-ups? Can we go into neighborhoods, especially where we're seeing? Do you have any pop-up types, or do we have any traveling test units?
Yes, we do. But again, the point is there's a lot of coverage of testing sites in Tarrant County. It's available on our website. A lot of those are private providers, but testing is available in ample supply. Now, should the public effort be there, a governmental entity or a partner entity, we can discuss that. And yes, all of those options are on the table. We have mobile testing available. We have units available that can be deployed, all those type of things as the situation warrants.
Testing is not an end of itself.
Correct.
Testing is a tool, and if you don't couple testing with the ability to get a shot, then you have too many steps in the process.
That is correct.
Testing needs to be done in conjunction with vaccination.
Agreed, and that is the way out. If we haven't discussed this enough, vaccine is a guaranteed way. I'm telling you, folks, this virus we have not found a natural reservoir. So the vaccine is so highly effective. If we could all work together as a community, get vaccinated, we can end this pandemic. It is us not agreeing as a community that what is prolonging the pandemic. If we all work together, we can end this really, really quick. We've seen the proof. The numbers spoke for themselves as people got vaccinated. And now there's a new variant that has emerged. You heard about the Delta variant. Well, today there's news that there's a Lambda variant from Peru. It's been found in Houston at the Methodist Hospital. The more time we give the virus to mutate in people, the more variants are going to come out. We're going to run out of alphabets to name those variants, but it's going to keep coming. We just have to work together as a community, get vaccinated, let's get rid of COVID.
The CDC director today said that 83% of all those individuals that have COVID at this time have it. It's the Delta variant.
Yes.
And that Delta variant wasn't even identified 3 or 4 months ago.
Correct. Okay, so real quick, RSV situation. I only put the Tarrant County charts here. We're approaching 50% positivity rate and primarily focused in kids 0 to 4-year-old. You ask any pediatrician, half of their practice is now full with RSV patients. So it's, again, a respiratory illness. Masking works. Social distancing works. Unfortunately, there's not a vaccine. It can spill over into the elderly population. We've seen that happen. Luckily, we're not seeing a whole lot of that in Tarrant County at this point. There's a silver lining. I looked at the Texas data. It's starting to take a minor downturn. So hopefully Tarrant County will follow suit pretty soon. But just looking at this chart, it looks pretty alarming. But it's a parallel outbreak in Tarrant County and a lot of the southern United States that is causing some issues as well. So what should we do as a community? Well, again, we've seen the chart of doing safer activities and all that, but the message is what Commissioner Brooks has very well pointed out: get vaccinated. Let's get rid of all the excuses. The data is here. More than half the country's been vaccinated. Almost 160, 170 million people have taken the vaccine. It's fine. It's safe. I'm vaccinated. I haven't grown 2 heads. So all of that, concerns that people had that it's not safe. The data is there. The vaccine is safe. And wear a mask when there's surges occurring. There's no harm in getting yourself an additional layer of protection, and avoid large crowds that are not necessary. So those are the 3 things that are our key messages. And again, let's get vaccinated. This is very, very doable. We can end this pandemic. We just need to work together. So real quick.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Back to the vaccines. I guess there was an article in the paper yesterday, maybe the day before, with regards to data. And, where is the accurate data? Are we better to go to the state? Is the data that we're displaying does it show just what shots we've given, or
No, sir.
how are we combining into?
Let me get you to that screen and talk about it. So this is our vaccine dashboard. This data is primarily fed to us by DSHS, and for months I've been pointing out that there's a gap between what they're showing on their dashboard and what they're giving us. And we've talked to them. We've been given a variety of different reasons on why that would happen. There's a auxiliary lookup table that's not working, or the data that you're getting is more geocoded and cleaned up and it's better. Now the media stories hit. Obviously, we're getting a lot more cooperation. My team told me this morning there's a bigger file that came in, so we're going to see if that fills in the gap. But they've been working with us. I think they're kind of grappling on what is happening in their system. Eventually, I expect this to catch up, and I've said this before, the truth is somewhere in between their data and our data, but our data is coming from them. So, because we only have access to what we did, and the rest of that comes from DSHS, because they're the state where it's mandated for providers to report to their M-Track system. So it's coming from them. So eventually, I expect this to fill in, but while I'm on this slide, I wanted to point out that a lot of the areas are starting to do pretty well. And I know, Commissioner Brooks, it's kind of hard to see, but a couple of zip codes, 76119 in particular, is starting to look better, almost 40% vaccinated. And that's where we've really focused on trying to make sure the community has access. Slowly but surely, things are starting to come together, and I'm hoping that the data filling in will show us a better picture of what's happening.
I'm pleased about 76119, but the last time I looked, 76105, which is
Low
adjacent,
vaccinated. Yes, sir.
was below 10%.
Yes, I know.
Where do we include, as we look toward our herd immunity numbers, do we include those folks who have already had COVID?
Yes, we do.
So then you're saying the 625,799, we would add to that the 267,874 of people who've already tested positive.
Yes. Now, before we get married to that concept, it's not as clean. What we know, vaccinated people have a higher level of sustained immunity. People who recovered from COVID, for calculation purposes, we can count them, but in reality, there's a lot higher reinfection rate, and the immunity, how long does it last, is kind of unknown. So we can get there with calculations, but in reality, it's going to be a little bit of a fluid situation.
So we're about 893,000 totally vaccinated and/or have been positive.
Yes, sir. And I'm really hoping that the data file we got today improves that number and gets us closer to what DSHS is showing, so we can, kind of feel a little bit better about what the true picture is.
You can't cheat your way out of this situation.
Well, I don't know.
Getting the vaccine is the only thing. We don't know about those who have had it and how long they will be immune. They still need to have a shot.
Not disagreeing, but I don't know that I think we also have to be consistent with how we're reporting. And if everybody else is reporting it one way, for us not to report it the same way is cheating the system too. We've got to be consistent, and if one county is claiming victory by doing it one way, then I think we've just got to be clear that however we're reporting, that it's consistently being reported, and one area is not saying, okay, we've declared victory, when in effect we at least need to know that, well, they declared victory, but they didn't declare quite
So our dashboard is vaccine statistics only. It's not a herd immunity indicator. They came up with a different dashboard that talked about herd immunity and had various definitions and how they got there. Not a comparable way to look at it.
Under that theory, we will never hit herd immunity.
No, that's not. We just haven't.
What is herd immunity? 70%?
That's a general rule of thumb. It can vary in a various situation, but what I'm pointing out is our vaccine dashboard is talking about vaccine coverage and hard concrete data on what we know has been given in the community. We are not. This is not the tool for herd immunity.
We've got to be clear on the definition.
Yes, sir.
And on the definition right now, if we're saying it's 70%, is that 70% of everybody that lives in the county?
Yes, sir.
So even though 25 or 30% are not even eligible to get a shot, then we will not get herd immunity.
That can happen, yes, sir.
So
they're part of the herd.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
We're not going to be able to reach herd immunity, and so we better define what we are trying to reach, as opposed to telling people we're going to, we think we can get to herd immunity of 70%, but we ain't got a snowball's chance in hell again.
Well, and again, that's why I don't like getting married to certain percentages. That's a good goal-setting measure that let's achieve this by, getting people.
If that's the case, then you haven't told us what you mean by herd immunity.
Cases being zero. That's what herd immunity to me is. We don't want COVID in our community. When it stops, it's the end.
This is what I'm saying. We
Yes,
got to
sir.
clear it, because if you're saying, okay, we want herd immunity and that's zero, well, good luck.
I think one of the numbers we ought to be focusing on is the R naught number, which a lot of people don't focus on. And we're at 1.29 now. That means more people are getting it.
And I don't disagree, but we've got a lot, because there is a surge, people are wanting to know what to expect and what to do. And yeah, we can tell them to get vaccines, but in the meantime, what are we trying to say? Because I'm not willing to say stay at home. That's not in my vocabulary.
Yes, sir. We have not mentioned that. Just get vaccinated is the key message. So things are different. We have the tool. We have the tool to continue to operate safely in our community. We just have to layer our strategies. Throughout the pandemic, people have picked a favorite tool. It was stay at home. It was then just masks. Then it was just vaccine. We got to combine all our tools in our tool belt and use it appropriately. When cases are low and things are good, just getting vaccinated was good enough. Now cases are surging again. Let's start to layer some strategies to protect ourselves. That way we don't have to go back to those measures that are very damaging sometimes to the economics of the community. So,
Again,
I've been
go
going
ahead.
to ask a question.
Go ahead, Devin.
So in what we hope to be some promising data updates from the state, you'd mentioned getting the data file. I know we normally update our dashboard on Wednesdays. Is there enough time that we should see that update tomorrow?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yes, so we got it on our regular time. It usually arrives Tuesday morning, and the team told me this is a much bigger file, so let's look at everything, make sure there's not duplicates in there.
Okay.
Because that happens too. But, they're hopeful because we've had so much discussion with the SHS about this that the issue has been at least resolved or is getting in a right direction.
Sure. Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'm concerned about the message.
Yes, sir.
And I'm concerned that we not confuse the public with messages that are not right on point. Herd immunity to me is not a real thing. It's not something to be aspired to or compared to. It's not a real thing. You're either vaccinated or you're not. And if you're not vaccinated, you're at risk. It's really very simple.
That is correct.
And Commissioner, I agree with that, and I think that the message to that end should be get vaccinated. If you then end up getting it, it's going to be a much milder case if you get it. But if you don't, you're at risk for a much severer deal. And then I hope that the other thing that we're doing, we've stopped our contract. I don't know what we're doing as far as being out in the community and in the neighborhood. I know a lot more people can go to pharmacies and get it now, but we still have hard to reach populations and hard to reach neighborhoods that we're not doing well in as far as our percentages go. And regardless of whether they could go to a pharmacy and get it, they're not. And so I would like to hope that we are going to do everything we can to send teams into those areas and try to convince them, either through, whether it be the church, whether it be the matriarch of the community, whether it be other community leaders within that community, that do everything in their power to convince them to come. LeGrand Plaza, we ought to have someplace out there, we ought to have a setup out there around the clock, or certainly on the weekends when they're having tons of people out there. Back to school, we talked about back to school. We've got to find those places, and then we got to have people out there with leaders, hopefully at the same time, saying, if you've not been vaccinated, come and get vaccinated.
Absolutely. So let me really quickly cover that then. So this is our vaccine clinic schedule. You've seen this before. In July, we're doing extended hours at a variety of our clinics. We have weekend coverage. And then I quit adding the pop-up clinic details because it's getting very lengthy. There's an Outlook calendar that most of your staff have access to. So if anybody's interested, they can go in and take a look. And if they don't have access, let me know. We'll make sure they have access. But as community requests come in, first stop is with us at Public Health, and we try to accommodate as many requests as we can. And if we double book or triple book on a certain day where we don't have enough teams, then City of Fort Worth, City of Arlington, MedStar, Baylor, Scott and White, all of these folks stand ready to jump in and help out for those events. So it's going pretty well. Our week stays full. Some of the ones we've talked about, the Wednesdays at the zoo, the Sundance Square. I know Commissioner Allen has a pop-up 6-week rotation at the sub-courthouse, which was typically on Mondays. This week, due to the runoff, it's going to be on Thursday. So there's a variety of those things. We got the request about LeGrand Plaza. We're working on that as well.
Why don't we have a list in the future, if you wouldn't mind?
Yes,
I'd like
sir.
to have a list of the pop-ups that we did the previous week and how much shots we gave at each one.
Sure.
And then the pop-ups that are scheduled for the next week. So last week, next week.
Sure, and I think some of that goes in a Tarrant Cares report. I know we submit that weekly. I forget the name of the report, but it comes to your offices. But we'll break it out if needed.
Benny, just briefly, you've been giving us on our daily updates the number of vaccinations that were given the day before.
Yes, sir.
And those numbers were very low. They're 50, 70, whatever. At that rate, we're pedaling backwards.
Yes.
We're talking. If that's what we did for a year, that might be 20,000 vaccinations. Somebody was doing 20,000 vaccinations a day up at Texas Motor Speedway back 6 months ago. So we need some way, and whether it's bringing in somebody again or something.
So, Commissioner, it's not a function of not having the capacity to vaccinate people.
I understand.
Yes, sir. So it's not necessarily bringing anybody in. We have all the right tools and the right people to get the vaccines out. And when the demand was there, we were pumping out 9,000, 10,000 a day as well. And it was very distributed because we were doing that. Arlington was doing, several thousand. In Tarrant County, we didn't have that same setup as we saw in Denton.
Right.
Ours was very distributed. We were a very large county with people having all kinds of challenges getting to places. So our method was very distributed, but the total numbers were comparable. So we were doing the same volume when the demand was there. It's just the demand has cratered so much and we've held on to some of these assets, their partner assets, for a very long time. And actually, in the next slide, I was going to share with you that next month, we're in a different look. Our focus is very back to school. A lot of our, what we call the COVID-only mass vaccination clinics are going to scale out. And then all of our sites are going to have COVID vaccine throughout public health. The pop-up clinics will continue as the community requests them. And then we're going to have one big location at the Ridgemar Mall. The focus is going to be back to school shots, but COVID vaccine will be available for parents or any kids that are eligible. And then we'll do a rotation, which is different than last year. Last year we only did at the Ridgemar Mall the back to school shots. This year we'll have 1 week at Resource Connection, 1 week at our Arlington clinic, 1 week at our Watauga clinic, and 1 week at Lake Worth. That way we cover all 4 corners of the county with additional options. And we're trying to pretty much provide 7-day coverage on most of these things, barring a few here and there where we don't have certain days covered. And then the pop-ups will be there. And again, we have enough teams available to cover the pop-up requests, and if we run thin for some reason, Fort Worth, Arlington, MedStar, like I said, all these partners have been very willing to jump in and fill that gap. So it's really not a issue of not having capacity to vaccinate, it's just the demand. Yes, sir.
I'm just questioning what are we going to do to get those numbers up?
So we're trying a variety of different things. I know that there's a whole different effort underway with Belmont, the marketing entity that the county has, to develop a sort of a phase 2 marketing campaign. The messaging earlier was, we have vaccine available here, the sites, come on, get vaccinated. And now it's getting a little bit more nuanced. Like throughout summer, a lot of people wanted to travel. So the message has been, take back summer. It's time to travel, get vaccinated, get safe. So it's a more positive way to show people what are the benefits, right? Don't let, when football season kicks in, a lot of time last year, school teams were benched because they had a positive case. So our strategy is going to be, don't get benched by COVID again. Let's get vaccinated. So a lot of that is under works, and it's going to be a sustained effort through summer, into the fall, and into the next year.
Well, and I think one thing that we have to remember is when we're talking about the messaging is a consistent messaging, which even if the message changes, but the way in which we communicate is consistent, and quite frankly, people need to be able to trust us. Mm-hmm. And what I've heard from the community, especially as there have been more in-person events, and I'm talking to more and more people, is that the messaging is very unclear and it's confusing. So if you, as our public health director, and the experts that work in our public health department are telling us this is the message, well, then we need to stick to that message instead of deciding when it's convenient to do it or when it's popular or not to do it. That's what it boils down to. So, Vinny, you will just have to keep reminding us what the message is, and then it's our responsibility to communicate that message consistently.
Yes, ma'am. Agreed. All right, most of what I wanted to say was covered, but I wanted to share this slide because this is the last week I'm bringing it here. It's about West Nile. Seems like we're off to a slow start, which is great. As you can see, the years before, and then this year was the lower curve that you're seeing. It's here, it's increasing, very seasonal, so nothing unusual. If something unusual happens, I'll bring back the data and talk about it. But what the public needs to know, all the right kind of mosquitoes are here, and West Nile activity is picking up. So what we need to do is wear our long sleeve clothes, protect ourselves by using DEET spray, and try not to get bit by mosquitoes. Avoid those activities. If you're out in the garden, make sure you got the DEET spray. And if you're going to be cooking out with families and friends in the summer in the backyard, make sure you're not letting mosquitoes breed on the property. The water should be blown away. Empty out containers and pots. I know.
Wear your long sleeve shirt.
What a couple of years.
Wear your neck gun.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
It's dangerous, man.
Quite the 2 years. So that's all I have. And I know we've had plenty of questions, but if there's anything, I'll be happy to cover that. All right.
Thank you, Vinny.
Thank you.
Break.
Lunch. Is that what you said?
Well, I mean, I think that's a question at this point in time.
So I think that we can probably move through the remainder of this agenda in about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. If that's what you want to do, we could break and come back.
Let's keep going. Okay. Then the next is the auditor.
I have several items to ask the court to consider this morning. The first is the approval of a release of depository collateral in the $30,001,000 as outlined in the court communique.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next item, we're asking the court to receive and file the Tarrant County financial statements for the period ended of May 2021.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We're asking the court to receive and file the auditor's report of the review of the financial systems and controls for Constable Precinct 4 and the attached response from the constable's office.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And our last item is to ask the court to receive and file the auditor's report for the medical examiner's office review of financial systems and controls, and the response from the ME's office is attached.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Glenn?
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We have a few more items for the court. Actually, the next two items are waivers. The first one comes from the sheriff's office. The sheriff is requesting a waiver related to his chief of staff vacancy. Specifically, the sheriff is requesting a waiver of 112 vacation hours effective July 24th. We're estimating a cost to the general fund of about $5,300. That does include fringe benefits.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The next item is a waiver for Probate Court 1. Judge Ponder is requesting a waiver of 208. Thank you. I was hoping I could do this without my readers. 88. Thank you, Mr. Manias. Vacation hours, that is down from 400 vacation hours. If approved, this waiver would be effective July 21st. We're looking at an estimated cost to the general fund of about $19,100 and some change. That does include fringe benefits.
Move for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And our final item actually is a twofold request from Criminal Courts Administration. They're requesting, the first request is a reclass, which would result in savings to the general fund of about $7,400. The details are outlined in your communique. The second part of the request is a waiver of 178 vacation hours. That would result in a cost to the general fund of about $2,700. Both these requests would be effective on the 21st of this month if approved by the court.
Has the reclass been through the job evaluation?
This was agreed to back in, I believe, 2014. And so it's the actual position that it's reclassed to is one that's already graded. So there would be no need for it to go to JEC.
The position is vacant at this time, right?
Correct.
What was your question, GK?
I made the statement the position is vacant at this time.
Correct.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vinnie?
So, Public Health has three items for your consideration this afternoon. The first one is a request for approval to submit a grant application to DSHS for their, they have a CDC cooperative agreement for public health workforce development, and we're getting the opportunity to ask for $1.5 million in a grant opportunity with DSHS.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The second item, we're requesting your approval for two contracts for services between Tarrant County and Ms. Jennifer Miner and Ms. Susan Wolf for the provision of virtual speaking to the Health Equity Alliance for Tarrant County. It's part of a grant agreement. We're supposed to provide these trainings, and these two folks were considered qualified to provide that.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The final item, we're requesting your approval for a subaward agreement between Tarrant County and the Association of Public Health Laboratories to implement electronic laboratory reporting capabilities. We have a lab information management system. They're going to pay us to upgrade that for better connectivity. So I think we'll be receiving $13,500 from them.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Melissa?
Good afternoon. We have four items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation for RFP number 2021-070. This is our annual contract for pre-employment physicals for human services, awarding to the primary and secondary vendors listed in your court communique per contract terms. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The second item is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2021-097. This is an annual contract for APN licenses for information technology, awarding to GXP Partners per unit price.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The third item is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2021-106. This is our annual contract for traffic paint for transportation services, awarding to the primary, secondary, and alternate vendors listed in your court communique per unit price.
Move for approval.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And the fourth and last item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2021-116. This is our annual contract for janitorial supplies, awarding to the primary, secondary, and alternate vendors listed in your court communique per unit price and discount from list price.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson, I believe you have an interlocal agreement.
The city of Westworth Village, does the DA's office approve this?
Yes, Commissioner.
Approval?
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Appointments. I have two, Bob Holmes and Richard Seltzer to the Historic Commission. Those are reappointments, and I'll move approval. Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Court members, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of claims, including the addendum.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the claims, including the addendum. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
That's all we have at this time.
Okay, then we'll recess our open meeting to proceed to close to discuss items exempted under Section 551.071, 072, 074.
Let's go.
I guess he wants to start. Having returned from our closed session, there being no business to take at this time, we will begin our work session. Wednesdays, I'm going to say adjourn, and you're going to, whoops.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. We're going to begin our work session today. We're going to take things a little bit out of order to accommodate our speakers from the community that we've invited to come and address the court on a number of different health or improved public health and wellness related issues. So earlier today, the Commissioners Court approved the budget allocations for the first round of FRF funding. You did that in the appropriations adjustment portion. So with that, we now have set funds that we can start to develop programs off of and draw up. And as we work, while we wait for the needs assessment consultant to get on board and to start their program, in response to the court's request, we're bringing various folks from the community forward to give presentations specifically on issues that we know our community has faced during COVID. These are some of the leading researchers and experts in Tarrant County and in the DFW community. So if we're going to start today, because we need to make sure that Dr. Tiro and Dr. Trivedi are able to make other engagements that they have today. So we're going to start with their presentation. In the packet that's in your red folders, we're going to start on page 13. And it has a slide number of 25, but page 13 of the presentation portion. And with that, I'll ask Dr. Tiro to come up and to address the court relating to community-engaged strategies to eliminate health disparities.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to present to all of you, Judge Whiteley and the commissioners. Again, thank you so much for your support for the DFW COVID prevalence study. I was happy to present to you guys last May, and it's such a pleasure to be invited back to talk to you about eliminating health disparities and kind of perspectives that I and my team have on how to do that from a community-engaged approach. First and foremost, I just wanted to share a little bit about a philosophy that we have at UT Southwestern in terms of how to eliminate health disparities and why it requires community engagement and kind of the intersections of how we go about doing that from the perspective of thinking about multidisciplinary research and team science, the fact that we need to be sensitive to local context. The needs of Fort Worth are different from the needs of Dallas, are different from the needs of other parts of Texas. The fact that we need to engage stakeholders, that we focus on multiple levels in our area. We focus on the healthcare system, we focus on our community structure, we focus on our provider teams, the needs of the patients, and that we really think about how we design our system so it's designed for dissemination, right? That it's suited to the needs of our population, and to talk a little bit about that. I use this example of how we move at UT Southwestern things through what we call the translational research continuum, where we go from basic science and we discover things, but it means nothing if we don't actually get it into the hands of people, right? So that it can benefit their health. And the example I present to you underneath this, moving from T1 to T4, is the example of the COVID vaccine, of which has been a huge hot topic area. There is no point in us spending all of that time and energy in research discovery if we assume that just because we built it, they will come, right? We talk about the field of dreams, we talk about mousetraps, and that we're just going to have to open the doors and everyone walks in. You know, what we see from the data is that they don't just walk in, right? We've got to do something more. Ma'am. What is that something more? Because if we don't do something more, what you can see here is disparities happening. And the statistic that I like to share with folks is that it takes 17 years on average for 14% of the research that we do to get into clinical and community practice. Now, we don't have 17 years for the COVID vaccine to get into place, and that's true for all of our other research discoveries. And so if we have these disparities in delivery of care and understanding of how to protect our health, we'll have disparities in untimely delivery. And we see that with the COVID vaccine, where I've lectured in other venues across the country about the fact that we're trying to increase that curve, right? Make it as steep as possible, have the highest number uptaking the vaccine so that we can protect our community as a whole. What we see based on data that I pulled last July was that in July 15th, one dose for those ages 12 and older, those who are age eligible to receive the vaccine, was 65% for the first dose, 56% for fully vaccinated. In Texas, it was slightly lower than that, 59% for one dose and 51% for fully vaccinated. And you can see the variations at the county level in that map area. So how do we understand, how do we make our research discoveries get into clinical and community practice? We study healthcare delivery research, and we study it in a bunch of different ways. We study how people's patience, knowledge, attitudes, beliefs, their financial, their social support helps them act on and be proactive in supporting their health. We study how provider teams communicate with the public. We study how the structure of our healthcare delivery system can reach all or not reach all, right? So how there might be structural discrimination or other things that impede our organizations able to deliver care to all that need it. And we also think that it's beyond the healthcare system, right? That there are a lot of things, that good health depends on many things, and it doesn't just deliver on health care. It also delivers on the quality of our neighborhoods, our income level, the food and nutrition that we have access to, our environment, and our education. And that, more importantly, more so than ever before, we've really needed to focus on how we communicate about health so that people can understand how they can benefit. And that communication is struggling right now. And so some of the suggestions that I'm proposing to you are about how we can improve our public health communication infrastructure and the foundation so that our public can benefit. What are the challenges in improving our public health communication structure? We have a fragmented healthcare system, and we have fragmented communication channels, right? It's no longer, and this is here's my age, it's no longer 3 TV channels that we watch, ABC, NBC, whatever. It's all of these different areas. And one of the things that we've been studying over the pandemic is how we need to be able to reach into all of those communication channels to reach the public. And how do we reach the public when they might not have a medical home? Or how do we reach them when they live in what we call information silos or echo chambers, right? Where they're only hearing, a small piece, right? And it's hard. What is our responsibility? So the question that I wanted to pose was how...
May I interrupt you just
Sure,
a moment?
Commissioner Brooks.
Implicit in what you have just said is that people will act if they have information. I'm not sure that is a valid assumption.
Right. I don't want to oversimplify and make it suggest, and as a behavioral scientist, I completely agree with you. It's not just getting the information to them, but also helping understand the mental models that people use to understand how they understand the behavior and what they think is best for them to act on it.
What is motivational to them?
Right. And so we have theories of decision making that help us understand what happens cognitively when people understand information. And actually, the point you're making is actually the point I'm just about to make, which is that when we cannot assume that the information that we're providing needs to just be fact-based or just information-related. We have to understand how we can apply behavioral sciences, economics, neurosciences, communication research that understands how people make decisions. One of the things that I would like to point out is that people actually use 2 systems to guide their decision-making. A lot of times we're trying to make decisions in quick ways, and so we're using our automatic, our fast decision processes, where we're just applying something that we know from somewhere else into this one. An example from the vaccine world is I, in general, think that vaccines are a good thing, so I'm going to, in general, accept vaccines. Or I, in general, am suspicious about the safety of vaccines, and so therefore I might be more suspicious when confronted with a new vaccine. What we want to do in general when we're doing these type of activities is engage in reflective or slow processing of cognitive innovation so that they can actually move beyond some of the biases that might help, that trip them into making certain automatic decisions and really engage them in the topic and the potential benefits. I think we also have to recognize that sometimes people think that we're always rational in our decision making. And what we know from other work is that people are actually quite emotional, that they're not just making decisions for themselves, but they're also making decisions for their family and for their society and for their group that they're highlighting. All of those things, how social influences, how emotions influence our decision making, are all important things that we need to account for when we design our public health communications. The other thing that's really important that we've seen in our literature over the pandemic is where we're seeing disconnects happening in terms of public health communications at a national level and then at a local level. And when those things disconnect, what that means to the public in their interpretation of the findings, and how that conflict between national and local contexts can really be challenging, and why it's important for consistent messaging from our healthcare teams, our public health agencies, and et cetera. The other thing that we've seen, and why I was so excited about what's happening at the Texas level, is that because of our fragmented communication channels, one of the most important things we can do is to improve our broadband access, and as well as improve our digital literacy, so that people can access information from a variety of different sources and understand and weigh that information. What you see here in a map is areas in the DFW area. Lighter colored areas have less broadband access. Darker colored areas have better broadband access. And what we see is, with the latest data from the American Community Surveys, that 27% of homes in Tarrant County do not have broadband access that helps them get some of their best information. But it's not just broadband access that's important, but also digital literacy. Their ability to activate themselves, to use information, communication technologies, to evaluate, create, communicate information, and have the cognitive and technical skills to negotiate and navigate that pathway. All of those are important, and we need to empower and assess that and support the population. That is important also because, as you've probably heard with the conflict at a national level, what's happening in terms of the spread of misinformation through channels like Facebook. And some arguing that that is a major threat to public health. But the power of the internet, the power of social media to reach and deliver information is something that is undeniable and to equalize. And so it's where we're thinking through the dual challenges of being able to monitor misinformation or active disinformation that is important, as well as how we're spreading credible information and connecting people to credible resources, and how we can better learn on how to do that. And what we need to do on a public health perspective is create sticky messages so that people want to hear from us. And so what I've been proposing and thinking through is really thinking through how we build community resilience and enhance community academic partnerships. UT Southwestern and other academic partners here in the area are in a great position to help monitor the information that is happening and being spread through our communities, understand the misinformation and disinformation, but public health communication is a very fast-moving landscape, and we need to be able to be nimble in responding to that. And that's something that I really learned a lot through the community, through our community engagement efforts in the COVID prevalence study. It changes day to day, and we must be able to keep a pulse on that, and we must be able to respond effectively and adapt accordingly based on what information is spreading. We have to partner with local community organizations who are some of our most trusted voices to help us understand and refine intervention messages that resonate with our communities, and to help us ensure that those messages reach. And so what I'm proposing is, both doing real-time monitoring of health and healthcare needs and attitudes to identify vulnerable geographic areas as well as socio-demographic groups in North Texas, vulnerable to health disparities, and then leverage our community engaged partnerships to develop, refine, deploy, and evaluate messages that help promote healthy actions and combat misinformation, and create foundational infrastructures for those community academic partnerships to work effectively with each other so that we're not cut on our heels, right, like we have been for the COVID pandemic, and that we are proactively creating a strong network to engage all of our different communities, knowing that they communicate through different channels, right? We need to be nimble, and we need to be spread out and active in all of the different constituencies. That takes effort, that takes thought and proaction. And that's what I'm proposing today. And I'll stop there and take questions.
Questions? Thank you, Doctor.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Tarrant.
Okay, court just heard Dr. Tiro's presentation. That gives you the higher level overview of goal number 3 under the focus area that we're working through today, improve public health and wellness. And goal number 3 is address address disparities in public health outcomes in our community. The next presentation is by Dr. Trivedi, also from UT Southwestern. Within your packets that we gave court in your red folders, on page 3 of the memo is an outline of the various strategies that are going to be presented throughout the presentations. Dr. Trivedi's is at the top, and you can kind of follow along with the 3 larger strategies that he's going to outline in his presentation today. And then also in your packet, the presentation that you'll see up will begin on page 21. So with that, Dr. Trivedi.
Thank you very much. Will I get the slides? Or do I need to do something? Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. And let me take a minute to thank you all for putting mental health on your agenda. I think I'm going to make the case that we have some very practical, immediately shovel-ready approaches possible to really change things about this. But it's only going to happen if communities and community leaders like you really make this a demand from society, because I think we have not done that. So, for example, in mental health, we generally end up all getting affected when there is an emergency, when there is a trauma, when there is suicide. And we should, and that emergency crisis care needs to extend, and everybody knows about access to care problems. So if you have a granddaughter or a daughter needs care, we can't find the right help, etc. But I think that in the process we forget that the gist of the problem is the under the belly. The base of the iceberg nobody pays attention to. And I think that is what we need to be focusing on, because we have paid attention to it as if we are only going to take care of stage 4 breast cancer and not pay attention to mammograms and all of the rest. So I'm going to try to give you a sense of what we've been doing in the community in Dallas over the last 5 years and see if that serves as a potential sort of prompt for us to do something wider. Because unless we do that, what we are doing is not making a change. We are not making an impact. Suicide rates in the United States continue to go up. Teen suicide and teen depression in the last 10 years consistently has gone up in the U.S., unlike all of the Western world, because we are not paying attention. So I'm going to try to give you a sense that we need to focus on this broader. I don't want to be in this business waiting for the 17 years that Dr. Tiro mentioned that we are not using it in real practice. That can be done. So depression, for example, half the people with depression never get treated. We don't all as a society recognize this is a children's illness. By the time somebody is 40 and 50-year-old and attempts or commits suicide, we pay attention, but we forget that their illness began in the teens. And it takes 10 to 12 years between the time somebody experiences first time and the diagnosis is made. Because you take a 16-year-old to a pediatrician, they'll measure their height, blood pressure, their head circumference, but will not measure their depression, anxiety, or alcohol use. That 16-year-old, they measure their blood pressure. The chances that 16-year-old has high blood pressure are so close to 0, I can't tell the difference. And yet we don't pay attention to. So that is the first problem. The rates are high. This is not an uncommon problem. And you can see these numbers I pulled out for Tarrant County. 38% of children and youth have behavioral health needs. That's 140,000. Of those who suffer from depression or bipolar disorder, 19,000. In high school, Fort Worth High School, 7.4% of youth have attempted suicide. This is really a huge problem, and socioeconomic status worsens all this.
So, Doctor, on that slide, if you just go back that one slide.
Yep.
On the 10%, is it 10% or is it's 10% of high school students in Fort Worth have attempted suicide at least once over the last 12 months compared to 7.4% of youth in the United
Correct.
States? Okay.
We have a slightly, in Texas overall as it is, we have a higher rate, and so this is not.
Higher than the national average.
Yeah.
And that 43% of children in our county, children and youth, are living in poverty.
Correct.
That's the first that I've heard that statistic.
So these are real numbers, and I think these we pulled from existing data. So what I'm proposing is think about practical solutions that can immediately be implemented. In order to do this, because I mentioned the challenge, and I think the solution is within our grasp. This is what we've done. Imagine in the U.S., for example, and I'll show you some of that data, of the 100 people with depression in the U.S., only 6% of them actually, in any given time, achieve full recovery from their symptoms. Because remember, the half of them don't get diagnosed, etc. We have partnered with primary care clinics in many places around North Texas, and remission rates in our clinics is 40 to 60%. And this is not trying to do anything fancy. This is not forcing any particular treatment. This is really providing the roadmap to these practices that deliver care, working with us as partners. So that is part of our mood disorders network. We have trained 50 clinical practices. Over 75,000 people have been screened there. And once they screen, they follow this process, and I'll show you some of that data. The other part that we have to do is not, again, wait for that first symptoms to even occur. We have to start going in schools. Remember, 20 years back, 30 years back, we never forced parents and kids to get a hearing test or a sight vision test because we didn't pay attention. Then we realized that if a child cannot see or read or hear, they can't learn. I think we have to start thinking about what to do to build their resilience, and we can build resilience for kids. So that is the Risk and Resilience Network, and where we do actually hands-on experience for these teens, so they learn how to think about it, how to think about depression, not cause it, but how to think about depression, how to address it in themselves, in their friends, in their family, and how to seek help. So this is really an experiential program that teaches them the vocabulary so that they ask for help when needed. Because often a 17-year-old or 15-year-old is wondering, what is wrong with me? But they don't know this is depression. They don't grow horns as a result of depression. They don't recognize. So we have to help them understand what it is and have primary care pediatric practices screen for it and follow that process. So that is sort of the three legs of our effort has been to work with healthcare systems, the clinics I mentioned, work in schools, so that schools where we do this experiential program that builds resilience, we call it Youth Aware of Mental Health, and I'll show you. It's a 5-session program. It does not really interfere with their treatment or diagnosis or anything. It just teaches them how to build resilience and how to think of mental health. And then we have tools available for us as a society, as a community at home to monitor yourselves, like we do our weight and our diet and our diabetes, etc. This is similar to that. So these are the three things. One is we built a system for clinical practices, medical practices to use called Vital Sign 6, where we said you should screen. Once you screen, the software actually assists them in giving them guidance on how to treat, because often primary care pediatric practices say we don't know how to do it, or we don't have the experience. So this is like having a mental health provider at your elbow. And we are using the same process and system in a statewide initiative that I head up for the depression research and for youth depression and suicide research network that includes all 12 medical schools and medical centers, academic centers in the state, including John Peter Smith and UNT Health Science Center. And we are implementing this process to improve outcomes across the state with it also. The second is this youth aware of mental health. I can provide more information, but a facilitator goes into the classroom and the children actually go through exercises. So there are role play, there is decision making, there is a lot of hands-on. Most often trying to either build resilience or teach about mental health, we have taken the stance of doing didactic lectures. I have two boys. I can tell you, if every time I told them what to do and they listened, I would be in good shape. But it didn't happen. They have to learn, and we have to give them hands-on experience. So that is what this is. We have now reached about 16,000 teens in the last 3 years, and we have changed the model now, which is a train-the-trainer model. So we don't actually go there. We train. We finished our first academy session last month. We have another one in next week, where we'll train people from different ISDs and private schools that come there and then take the program there. So they do not have to then, after that, depend on us. And the third is the one I said was a home-based self-monitoring system. I exercise much more after I started using Fitbit than I did before. This is very similar to that. It gives me reminders if I go to it, or my dashboard on the iPhone tells me, last 4 days you've been cheating. Doesn't say you've been cheating, but I've not been exercising. It tells me. So I improve it. That is what this is, self-monitoring tool. So putting all these three together, I think we can make an impact on a larger part of the population, which can and will work very closely with the existing health systems and existing places where people have to go when there's a crisis. People have to go when the illness is severe. And that is all the systems that we already have. And I see a lot of people, my friends and colleagues, like Bob Early and others, who talk about their systems. But that working with this approach can really reduce, or at least help us identify early, reduce the burden. And I didn't spend too much time on this, but in all of these areas, the continuum, we will actually also help reduce our criminal justice system involvement for people with mental health. Most big counties in the country, as you know, the county jail is often the biggest mental health place in the county. Then we are obviously spending a lot of money doing that. Could be changed by taking them to mental health. So I am going to stop and let you have any questions.
Questions?
So in the previous slide, or maybe 2 slides before, where you had talked about the 16,000 teens in the last 3 years, and that was work throughout the Metroplex, was it?
You mean this one?
Yes.
Yeah, throughout the Metroplex we have done this. We went through all the uplift schools, the charter schools. We have done it in Plano ISD. We have done one class in Fort Worth ISD last year, but then pandemic hit and we haven't done it. We are restarting again, and happy to collaborate with anybody who wants to do it. We were doing it ourselves by having our train. This is a if we have time, this is an internationally well-known program with evidence-based behind it. The TEA already now put this as one of the evidence-based programs they approve. There is evidence that it reduces depression and suicide in teens, and we got our program trained and certified by them, and now what we have done, so we were doing it ourselves. Now, this year, we are changing the model so that we can increase the footprint. So we're bringing staff from different schools to come and train, and then they go back and deliver it there.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? You know, I think as we look through this, and your presentation as well as the one before, I mean, we are focusing, it seems like, on mental health. One of the things that I think we've got to discuss, and we mentioned it a little bit earlier to some degree, is how do we go about in the community setting a priority, and what that priority is. We are talking about doing a needs survey, and I think from that survey, hopefully it will be community-wide and not just something that the county is participatory in. And I don't know, I think it's good that we start building those plans, but at the same time, I think we've got to be careful not to basically get the cart before the horse. If the needs assessment, if we're going to bring somebody in and say, talk with all these agencies, really try to figure out where we are and what our needs are, then, I think if we get too far out ahead of that, then we've done a little bit of an injustice. And I think the other thing is that to whatever extent y'all can help us convince all of the other entities who are also receiving. I mean, I've never had so many friends before I got the 408 million. And I think it's the same with a lot of other entities from that standpoint. My best estimate is that we're going to get about $2 billion in Tarrant County between now and the end of next year. Just looking at, Russell, y'all keep referring to, we've got FRF money, the schools have money, the cities have money, we've got HUD money, we've got FEMA money, we got everybody else's money. And it's just a matter of whether we can convince all the parties who are getting the money to be willing to join together in trying to prioritize how we're going to spend it, to whatever extent we've got that ability to go outside of what, schools may be somewhat required to spend it on students. But I don't know that all of I think the county has got a lot more flexibility. The cities probably have a lot more flexibility. And some of the other government money that's coming down is somewhat. But I think the next couple of months, and Commissioner Brooks, you're the one that initially said, let's do a needs survey, which I think is really the only proper way forward. But I want to be careful that we can begin to hear it. We can convey that need to the needs, whoever we end up picking. But I think hopefully they'll be able to go forth and convince everybody that we all need to be focused, because this is a once in a lifetime. I don't even think it's a 100-year deal. Well, it's probably a lifetime, but it better be. I see you grinning back there early, but if we miss the advantage that we could take with this money, then it's shame on all of us from that standpoint. So.
I think you're right. I mean, the needs part is clearly there, and I think the only point, you made it beautifully, the only point I would add to what you're saying is we also may want to, there is a whole bunch of need that needs to be plugged, and then is there a new additional way to add this so that in the future those needs can go down? These needs that you will identify have been identified for the last 25 years, so it's not like the need is coming down. So therefore, a novel approach may be something worth thinking. But you have to decide.
Well, and I think the advantage to this time in history is we no longer view mental health issues with the same disregard as we have in the past. And so I think there are some opportunities to go much further in the mental health area that we should have gone before. Fortunately, we have some cash now that we may be able to move forward more rapidly than what we would have had this not happened. And that's, if anything, I think that's the advantage that we see, or that at least I'm hopeful that we're able to do more than what, if it wasn't for this $2 billion plus money that we might not have and not be able to do anything with. So I think your presentation, some of the statistics you put up there were, I've seen them just recently, but I was very surprised. You mentioned the 43%. Yeah.
I mean, and even when I, reviewed it before today, that was the first time that I had seen it, and it struck me in all the conversations that I'm having with, all different industries and sectors. I had not yet seen that number. It's startling. And it's not that I don't believe that it's true. I do. but to see it, and especially that high, is sobering.
And I agree. The only thing that I guess conditioned me a little bit is I keep talking with school superintendents who are telling me what percentage of their kids are, free lunch, breakfast and free lunch type of things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr.
Much.
All right, thank you all for allowing us to skip forward a little bit in the presentation so that we could make sure that two of our guest speakers were able to walk through their presentations and we could do it. We are going to go back to the beginning now and walk through the presentation where we were. Make sure you all have the necessary context before we get to the rest of our speakers and the rest of the particular issues. So the slide that we show every time, making sure that at the beginning of these work sessions, make sure court is reminded of the importance of the different types of funding streams that we have through the ARPA. Through ARPA, you have the different federal initiatives. Again, we're up to 6 buckets, I believe, within that side that is separate from the FRF. And this is going to be very important as we move forward and start looking at doing an action plan for Focus Area 2, Improve Public Health and Wellness, one we're discussing today, that FRF may not be the way that we fund all of these programs moving forward. It may be a multitude of different funding streams, such as ESSER 3, which is the school funding that came down to the second elementary and secondary schools. The program that Dr. Trivedi was discussing, that may be a good use or a good partnership from the Commissioners Court, the cities, and the school districts to use a multitude of different funds in order to get those programs across the goal line, as but one example. Our second work session that we had 2 weeks ago, we got feedback regarding focus area allocations. You all have approved those focus area allocations. We developed a framework for the overall approval process, which again you all saw today as we did do the allocation program, and then presented strategies regarding prepare for the future. Your policy statement, again, your adopted policy statement requires that we look at programs and those gaps in funding that we haven't been able to fund otherwise. That could be, and use your FRF dollars for those projects in particular. And then today, the focus area that, again, of the 4 focus areas that you all have approved, the one that we're going to be discussing is Improve Public Health and Wellness. This one has 4 goals. Create a world-class public health department. And then the second, improve access to care in the unincorporated area. Address disparities in public health outcomes, and improve access to quality behavioral health care. You're going to see a theme with behavioral health care. There is from the funding that other entities have received, whether it's the hospital districts or the various hospitals that we have, they have some funding allocations that they've received that can be used for a number of different issues. We wanted to focus today on behavioral health care and disparities related to public health outcomes so that court can, be able to see, and to the judge's point for just a couple minutes ago, to see some issues that we know that are in our community. We're not trying to get ahead of the need assessment, but we're trying to get the ball rolling on program development so that we can actually, after we get the needs assessment where we get that granular data, and we can start developing out these programs and be ready to go once we are able to put it all together into that action plan. So we're going to start, before we get to that, again, wanted to look at the reporting timelines. So much of what we're going to be doing over the next couple months as well as over the next year is to make sure that we are meeting the necessary timelines for the reporting structure. FRF and the U.S. Treasury is requiring extensive reporting. We have quarterly reports, we have an interim report, and then we actually have the first performance report due, all within the next 3 months. Those are very substantial documents, and it will be taking staff a lot of time, and the input and the direction that we've gone with these work sessions are to make sure that we have those data sets and the structure in order to put the data sets together to move forward and be able to be responsive to what Treasury is wanting. The performance report also will have to go up on the website of the county and be available to the public. And we want to make sure that is as comprehensive and make sure the public has the best understanding that they can about how you all are looking to use these funds and your general structure of the program.
How much clarity have we gotten with regards to exactly what they expect in this performance plan?
We're getting better, more information. So we do not yet have the portal or the FAQ or the actual how-to on how to report these issues. Treasury's supposed to be providing us with an outline for it, and we don't have that yet. But we do have the general, it's about a 25-page document that's the actual reporting guidelines that are extensive, but there's a lot yet we don't know. But as staff, we're doing our due diligence trying to make sure that we can be able to hit that target whenever it's necessary. Here are your 4 focus areas. Again, prepare for the future. That's what we discussed last time with an allocation of $51.5 million. You've got improved public health and wellness, what we're discussing today with an allocation of $72.6 million. Revitalize the economy, which we'll be doing in a few weeks, has $40 million, as well as strengthen the economy, or strengthen the community. We'll be working through those goals and strategies and be coming to you all with those again over the coming month or so, and walking through with community partners what the needs are. Again, working with the needs assessment consultant whenever they come in to tie that structure in and make sure that we've got a really seamless and yet comprehensive program that we're able to allocate quickly. And then the final point that I want to make on this slide, if you see in the bottom the dark blue line or box, unallocated second tranche, court will receive a second tranche of funding by May 2022. This is only for the initial allocation. That's all that you all have allocated. You all will have a second allocation that we will be doing by the second quarter of next year.
And Russell, when we were at NACO, the transportation secretary had made a point to say that of the remaining allocation that it would not be clawed back and used for the infrastructure, I guess, deal. That obviously, we're still waiting to hear the news on that. Have we seen anything official, though, in writing about that second allocation for ARPA?
So the second allocation is required in statute. So it is statutory. It is the law of the United States that we will get that second allocation. Congress would have to pass a law changing that. That was a discussion point during the initial infrastructure negotiations, and that discussion has fallen by the wayside as they move forward with this bipartisan structure. So first goal that we're going to cover today, create a world-class public health department. Mr. Tenasia is going to come and address the court and run through a presentation over what that looks like. We're looking at high-level programming. There's a lot of pieces that we don't yet know yet. To your point about the needs assessment, but also ongoing programs that we have been doing within the county, within our own structure. We're still waiting to get some of those pieces together. But Mr. Tenasia is going to come up, walk you all through his presentation about the public health system, and then we'll continue on.
So I know the goal is about the health department and how to build a better health department, but it would be, kind of a misstep to not talk about what we have as a public health system in Tarrant County. So of course we have Tarrant County Public Health. We're the health department for the county, but there are a variety of other partners that make up the public health system. JPS, for example, has been a great partner of ours. They're the public hospital system, and we share our common challenges with the community and the patient population that we have, and a lot of back and forth, a lot of referrals back and forth also occur. But also there's the FQHC, the North Texas Area Community Health Centers. They're relatively still new to Tarrant County, and they're still growing, but they have so much potential. And a lot of the work that they do falls hand in hand with public health. In fact, the Vaccines for Children program that public health is known for, we're actually deputized by the FQHC to be able to run that program. That's just how the setup is, that FQHCs deputize in communities, local health departments to do that work. Similarly, MHMR of Tarrant County, you all are very familiar. They make a very important integral part of the public health system. And then we have academic partners like UNTHSC, TCU, and several other TCC, several other institutions, and then our school districts. But those are sort of the main highlights. The public health system is broad. As you can see, there's a variety of partners that we've listed, other hospitals, MedStar, fire departments, as you heard, throughout the COVID pandemic. Who would have thought that they would, step in and be such an integral part of a public health response to a pandemic? They've been our partners in testing, up 24/7 working with us in vaccines and many other efforts. And several, municipal and city partners, transportation entities, you name it. I mean, the list is endless. So there are plenty of resources in Tarrant County that make up the public health system. However, we still faced equity gaps and challenges, and they were highlighted even more during the pandemic, that the outcomes, if the system doesn't all work together well, the outcomes can be very different than what you would expect with a county that's so well resourced. Our disease numbers, our death data, our testing efforts, vaccination efforts, all highlighted those disparate outcomes that we've heard other presenters talk about on how to improve the overall public health system so that we can continue to work on reducing those equity gaps. So just kind of one brief idea. It's a complex problem on how to build a better public health system, and it's not going to be a simple one single solution. It's going to be a complex, different variety of solutions that are going to get applied, and eventually you're going to see the outcomes start to improve. But the framework is here, and you all are very familiar with it because you guys sit in all these meetings and you do this work. Policies have to be very strong, and they have to be very equity focused. I know Commissioner Allen has brought that up several times, but truly they need to be equity focused. Our systems have to be in place, and they have to recognize the equity gaps and make a concerted effort on addressing those. And then our environment in the community has to be conducive towards equity. And when all of that is combined and you put health in all policies, you get a better public health system that will eventually deliver better health outcomes for the community. And the foundation, as I mentioned, is going to be laid on equity, health, and social justice. They work hand in hand. One starts to go out of whack, your other areas of equity and health are going to go down, or vice versa. So they're all interrelated, and that's kind of the sort of a nutshell summary on how to build a better public health system. But of course, I'm only the department head of one piece of that public health system, so I'm going to talk about how to build a better health department. And of course, the opportunities here to make a public health investment. So just to kind of get you situated, pre-pandemic, going into the pandemic, we were about 350 staff in public health. And we did get a very big staffing surge to meet the need of the pandemic. I think at some point we expanded to up to 320 additional positions. It's been scaled back a little bit since then. And going into the pandemic, we had a $71 million budget that was about $34 per capita. And there was, including in that was $13 million of local contribution. And as you know, ours comes from the hospital district, and that was about $7 per capita. But as your health department, we've always been very proud of being the innovator and also efficiently providing services in our community. So we continue to always look for ways to improve those services. Our community is growing at a very rapid pace. I think over the last decade, you all are familiar, average about 20 to 30,000 people move into Tarrant County. So it's been growing at a very rapid pace. So we need to continue to develop our human infrastructure to keep up with the demand, and also find more efficient ways to deliver those services so that we don't end up costing the taxpayer unnecessary dollars. So there was a survey done, and again, this was pre-pandemic because pandemic's kind of taken away a lot of time for folks. But nationally, NACCHO did a survey for large local health departments that served more than 1 million population, and found that the average needed to be around 3.5 FTEs per 10,000 population that was served. And that number varied on the type of services provided and the community's needs. If you compare health departments, no one health department is going to be comparable to the other because they all look different and they all serve different needs of their communities. So a comprehensive study will need to be done to determine a recommended level of services, and then it will lend itself into what's the appropriate level of staffing and other needs for the health department. So again, like I said, the opportunities here with the COVID recovery funds, some of that has already started to show with various grant opportunities that we brought in front of you for approval. We're getting some grant dollars. But the problem with grants is that they're kind of short-lived and they're very task-oriented. For this money, do this little piece. It's very hard to be flexible and tie in the solutions that are needed with sort of disjointed grants that come in. And most of public health is a variety of meshwork of grants. So they're very program-driven, very outcome-driven, and they're not very flexible. So ARPA funds, on the other hand, and the whole big pot of funds that Russell just talked about, present a very flexible opportunity to build your public health department for the future. That way you can design it the way you see fit for your community. And we're obviously here to help with that and provide input and give discussion points. But ultimately the decision will be with this commissioner's court. And here's just a kind of a thought process that we're looking at internally on how the current state can lead to a better future state. Again, we've talked about a comprehensive overview. There's going to be a couple of proposals related to looking at the staffing and organizational structure and data system and health informatics needs on how to, we're all familiar with, throughout the pandemic, it got highlighted how if clean data doesn't come in and is not available on the fingertips, it's very hard to make educated decisions on what to do next. So that need is obviously there. And then, of course, we've had some discussion about the need for growing facility, needs that we have in public health. And all of that would get tied in with the budget allocation. And then, of course, that will be your investment in a future health department that will be very equity focused and help move the needle forward. We're not going to be the only party that does that work. It is going to be the public health system. But the health department can be your chief health strategist who helps all of these partners navigate towards a common goal. So you'll probably see a couple of proposals. I believe some have been sent to you just for review in your emails. And then, there's also some discussion about incorporating a architectural and conceptual design for the public health building needs and so forth. So we'll continue to coordinate with federal and state recovery grants. You saw one today. Even though it sounds like interesting pot of money, $1.5 million, personally, we're very frustrated at the health department. $7.4 billion for public health workforce were allocated at the federal level. State got around $170 million. Tarrant County share, $1.5 million. I might get like 4 staff out of it. Not enough to move the needle. But we'll piecemeal it. And again, I'm very hopeful and optimistic that y'all will see us through these next steps here.
When Vinny, for the other large urban counties, was that allocation comparable or?
No, and I don't have that data available, but I know that looking at across the country, a lot of the larger health departments, some of them got direct funding, and it's just a total like hundreds of millions versus 1.5 million, and we serve about the same population.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Vinny, one of the things that I hope that this study of your operations will point out is something that I kind of know intuitively, and that is that our public health department is, I hate to use the word lacking, but that may be the best term, is lacking in ability to do community outreach. Public health ought to be about being in the community, working with the various constituencies out there to improve health outcomes. One of the things that this pandemic has pointed out to us is that we don't have enough boots on the ground in our community to work with those hard-to-serve communities. to work with the community leadership in those areas, to be out there working with the folks, getting our hands dirty, making things happen. That to me is one of the major functions of public health, is to be out there.
Yes, sir.
Educating, leading people to making good choices. It's not an academic exercise. It is an actual physical, get out there, touch flesh with the people and get her done. We don't have the ability to do that. And I hope in this restructure, we'll build into the organization some ability to do those things.
Yes, sir.
You know, I guess what I'm, again, and I'm, broken record, I think we've got schedule and needs assessment, which hopefully will be able to evaluate what the needs may be in that particular area. I've also, we're in the process of looking for a kind of how did we do after the fact deal as far as what's happened over the last year and a half.
I think we all kind of know how we did.
Well, I don't know that we do in comparison with other areas.
There's nothing above a C.
Well, and so I want to know what we could have done to have been an A or a B. And then the other thing that I think we've got to find a way to do better, I've said at least, we can't have a health department that's ready every year for a 100-year event. And, you just mentioned something, when you mentioned 3.5 people for every 10,000, that means we're going to go from 350 to 735. And I'm just telling you, I don't think that's going to happen. That's 385 new people. And we have a unique, and we're one of, probably a handful of counties across this country that have universities, one, a public health degree, two, TCU with, a lot of emphasis in the healthcare area, that I believe very strongly that anything we do in the public health area has to include, at a minimum, HSC, and potentially also the other universities that would wish to be a part of that effort. And most counties don't have that opportunity. We do. So what I'm going to want to hear from the needs survey, as well as what could we have done differently or better, before I'm going to be willing to say, let's go out and do this, that, or the other. I've got to hear from those folks. And then I hope that as we develop the plan, that HSC is an integral part of utilizing their folks, as well as any other folks that have, whether it be nursing, whether it be, whatever, the mental health folks, anything, that we're working cooperatively with other entities in the community.
Judge, I'd just like you to think about the issue that it's not about staffing up for that once in 100-year situation. It's about staffing up to do the work in the communities that we serve, so that we don't have that once in 100-year situation.
Well, except that the once in a 100-year situation would not have been at all prevented if we had 3,000 people in public health.
But we would have had the community infrastructure to address it better when it happened.
Okay, and I won't disagree, but what I'm just saying is that UNT Health Science Center has got to be an integral part of the deal.
I'm not arguing against that.
They're part of the system that we shared. And to Commissioner Brooks' point, this was
Vinny?
not, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All I'm saying is
They
that
will
as
be.
the plan comes forward, it better have been to get for me to be in favor of it. They're going to have to be a major partner and part of the development of the plan. And I'm just going to, I'm only going to be here for one more year, 2 more budget cycles. But there's no way in hell that I would vote to add 385 people to your staff in 1 year.
I'm not sure that I heard that suggestion. I mean, I know that it was in
3.5 at 10,000 per, that would be
That's all right.
385 people.
Right.
Addition.
Was that a recommendation or that was just an observation?
That's a national level survey of large health departments pre-pandemic on where the staffing level were before the pandemic. I mean, we saw the pandemic surge and all that. And then the other thing, to your point, Your Honor, we've been in conversations with UNTHSC before the pandemic and also with TCU Medical School about building an academic partnership, being their academic health department. The pandemic just kind of slowed us down, so those conversations haven't gone away. So, I mean, even before the pandemic, we were kind of on that path anyway. So, just to reassure you, that hasn't been forgotten.
Well, I think we have some work to do with our partner based upon some of the things that occurred during the pandemic.
Sure, absolutely.
I think we are in a situation where obviously we've got a significant amount of dollars that have been given to the county that are going to go away. But employees tend not to go away. So we've got to continue to pay for those employees. I would rather see us have maybe the best of the more scientific equipment, that we could work smarter, work faster with maybe fewer employees than this level that we're talking about. I mean, and I can understand what you've gone through and the number of employees. I mean, you've significantly grown already. Okay, I don't know what the number is today. Do we know that number?
I'll have to go and repoll because every day there's a flux. These are temps, so they come through temporary agencies. Yeah. It's kind of a revolving door, and they come and go by big numbers.
And that may be the best way to maybe move forward for a while until we get through this. But I think technology is the secret to. And you may have the best and the finest stuff already, but if we don't, we should, and that's the kind of stuff I would rather see us invest in so that it helps us long-term save dollars instead of putting this burden on the taxpayer.
So if I can just make, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I want to say, I know that we didn't, that wasn't a recommendation of 3.5.
I'm making sure that I understood it correctly.
Okay.
So I was asking for my own clarification, not just yours.
Well, and what I simply wanted to say was I saw that number up there, and I think I at least make the assumptions that if you see a number up there and you don't say anything about it, then you've kind of accepted it.
No.
Well, I agree.
Otherwise, I would be saying something like every other something.
Well, good. The other thing that I want to be sure of is that we go through and look at it. I mean, I think we would all agree that the data we got from the state stunk. It stunk from the testing time through the vaccination time, but we can have the best data in the world, but when a lot of what we're trying to put out there is dependent upon what we're getting from the state, something in, something out. And you can just decide the 4-letter word you want to put on the something in or the something out.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to develop.
I'm just glad it's not lost on you that it wasn't us.
Yeah, I mean, I feel good about the data that we had from within, but we couldn't get. And every week they were changing the data, and I hope that they take some of that money that they're keeping from us and spending it on data because right now they're just making their budget look good, or their balanced budget look good.
Well, and I saw Russell stand up. He's trying to move things forward, which I appreciate. I'm going to say what I'm hearing here is a philosophical difference from each of you so far on what we see the future of our public health department being. And obviously, we are some of the key decision makers on deciding what that is. But the community needs assessment does need to help to guide that decision. We also need to remember that our county is different. Right? That we can't be the fastest growing county in the nation yet still fund it at the 1980s level or whatever it is, which, I don't know what that year would be. But so we are going to have to make some hard decisions about what's important, what's a priority for our residents, and we're going to have to put dollars behind it. And, as my grandfather said, now granted he had a 6th grade education, but he ran a family business for 40 years. Fixing cars. He said it's better to prepare than to repair. So, thank you, Vinny.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the discussions you all are having are fine. The 3.5 was just a number out there that's a national average. We weren't recommending that. That's why we want to go through these studies and determine take a good hard look at what our public health department is. We know we have some weaknesses just in the department itself. And like our data systems and our informatics, we need to shore those things up. And we want to look at the structure. That's why we put forward these other 2 RFPs. And when did we ask that they be?
Yes, we emailed you 2 scopes of services yesterday evening regarding Public Health Department 1 on informatics and data systems. To get a consultant on board to help public health work through those issues, make sure we have what our community needs. And then also a second one over an organizational and operational consultant, a scope of work for a group to come in and look at public health department from top to bottom, see what services they do, levels of staffing, and also those partnership opportunities that are out there to everybody's point, making sure that we have what our community needs. Once we get those 2 moving forward, those 2 items moving forward, we get the community needs assessment, that after action report, all 4 of those pieces of information, as well as an existing study over architectural and design constraints within the existing building, we'll be able to come to court and you all can have a conversation with the data that's based on what our community needs about where our public health department needs to go. And so we're hoping to be able to bring that back to you all and have that conversation. It's frankly going to be several months till we get all of those pieces together, but those conversations are going to be occurring in the FRF funds as well as the money that we're getting from the CDC and then the pass-through federal funds from DSHs, as well as the monies that haven't even been allocated yet from ARPA. There's $42 billion in public health funds that have not, the regs haven't been released on how that money is going to come down to public health departments. Tremendous amounts of funding not yet coming down. All those pieces need to be worked together. And so this is the first conversation to get everyone's wheels turning and start thinking and working through this process. We're at the beginning of it. We've got a long way to go, but we're asking you all to help us have the information to get to be able to get there and the experts in the room to where we can make the right decisions for our community.
You got our wheels turning, Russell. So.
All right, and then with that,
What'd you say?
You got our wheels turning. Our wheels are turning.
Well, and again, what I want to understand is we're talking about at least 4 different projects. Okay, we got 5 different projects.
Yes,
Which
sir.
one did I miss?
The existing Bennett study, architectural study.
Which you all approved, I guess, in March.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we got 5 things going, either simultaneously or one, at least 4 before we've even looked at the needs survey.
I think they're all going to come in pretty much together.
Well, but I mean, that's the question is, if all of them come in pretty much before the needs survey is finished, why have the needs survey?
I thought they were looking at different perspectives.
Yes, sir. They're not. Public health is a piece of the overall needs survey that we're talking about. The needs survey is going to deal with internal resources as well as what the community needs for anything from dealing with individuals experiencing homelessness to economic impacts and ways that the Commissioners Court could make sure that folks in our community have food on the table and have the items necessary to continue their business. It's going to be much, much broader than just the public health piece. We're playing a game of chess. And part of the difficulty of what we're doing is that we have a drop-dead deadline of December 31st, 2024. So at the beginning, we're starting a number of these projects quickly, and almost at the beginning, they're going to have to run concurrently. And there's going to be times when Commissioners Court will have all the data that we need, that we can have at that point, but we're going to have to start making some hard decisions in order to actually spend down those funds within the set time frame. So those are, again, one of those, as we're thinking about or getting our wheels turning, it's one of those issues we're going to have is we do have a drop-dead deadline.
And then the draft scopes that you sent us yesterday, you needed our feedback back?
Friday, please. Okay. So please get any feedback. Feel free to call myself or Kristen Camarino or Vinny Tenasia. Any of the three of us would be happy to work through any of your comments for that. All right, and with that, we're going to move to goal number 2. Goal number 2 is improve access to care in the unincorporated area. Specifically, we want to work with our volunteer fire departments and the ESDs, those particular folks that are out there working on making sure people in the unincorporated area, as well as a number of cities within our community, have access to health care. The pandemic has been very difficult for those smaller entities. The amount of funds that are necessary for PPE, the increased wear and tear on their vehicles, especially the ambulances. Those are high expenses. Some of the categories of the use of funds and the interim final rule allow specifically for us to be able to help these folks. So staff is recommending and requesting the Commissioners Court consider a $3 million grant program. It would be reimbursable and we'd work through the ESD, but a $3 million grant program for this first grant year to be able to work on improving access to care in the unincorporated area. So what we're looking for is for the court to say, okay, let's move forward. If you would like to move forward with the $3 million number, we'll work on coming up with program structures and bring the whole program back to court as part of a regularly agendized item on the agenda. And we'll work with the ESDs.
For their final review and approval.
For final review and approval. But we would like the Commissioners Court direction on this particular issue.
So you need that by form of a motion or just hearing from us that we agree or what?
Just tell us that you all agree with the direction.
I agree with the direction.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, and we will bring something back shortly. All right. So we're going to very quickly hit the next 2 goals, and then we're going to hear from community members again. Goal number 3 under focus area 2 is address disparities in public health outcomes. Dr. Tiro, I thought, did an excellent job giving you an overarching issue of the disparities in public health outcomes based specifically on what the pandemic did within our community and how it functioned and how our citizens behaved and responded to the pandemic. She gave, I thought, some really interesting insights into that, as well as to the point that's been made a little bit about the opportunities to partner with our academic institutions to drive public health, to drive improving those public health disparities. And I believe Mr. Early will be addressing some items shortly, and we'll get you up in just a moment. And then improve access to quality behavioral health care. We've got a number of speakers that are going to, Dr. Trivedi, you've already heard from, but also Susan Garnett from MHMR, Virginia Hoft from Mental Health Connection of Tarrant County. And then we're going to finish up our presentations with a discussion about the Mental Health Diversion Center and the ability to, what the next steps are for that particular program. So what we're looking for from court, again, we're not asking you all to, other than goal 2 with the $3 million that you've given us direction on, we're not asking for specific direction. These are folks and experts within our community that are with agencies that are with boots on the ground, working day in and day out to improve our healthcare system and then improve the public health and wellness in our community. Ask them to come and sing what they need and sing what they're seeing. offer strategies to help us guide these goals so that we can start working on projects and programs. As we get that needs assessment back and start seeing that information come in, we'll be able to further refine and tailor these programs and make sure we have the right stakeholders on board. So with that, let me scroll through, and Mr. Early, you are up first.
We will be spending some time as it relates to the mental health jail diversion center today.
Hello, good to see you all again. A couple things. I was listening to UT Southwestern and listening to the comments that you all are making up here and what Mr. Manius is making, and it doesn't. My slide is not very helpful and not very important. But what I would tell you all, let me click on. Where do I click? The bottom clicker. Where do I go to the next slide?
Medium.
I know there's an Oz somewhere there. Here's what I would tell you all, and I think this will capsulize really what is not on that slide, is the needs assessment or the needs survey that you all will do, I think is going to be critical. And the one thing, if I had any input at all, I would ask you all to look at some of the key structures of our county. If you listen to what the first professor from UT Southwestern said about collaborations and everything else, if you've got somebody that lives in a food desert, I don't really care where your collaboration is. If you have somebody that has spousal abuse and we've got problems at home, I don't know what they're going to do for health care. I don't know what public health is going to do. I don't know what JPS is going to do. If somebody can't get from clinic to clinic because we have poor transportation, it doesn't really matter what we do at the end of it. We're downstream and we've got to fix upstream problems. And I think we've got to look at the county in its totality. And the challenge that I see at JPS, and I won't live long enough to see this change, but JPS and every other healthcare organization, particularly your public hospitals, are episodic in our care. We're not changing generations. I don't need all the academic, no disrespect to them, I don't need that. Come sit in the lobby at JPS and look at the obesity crisis and look how many people you're going to see on one leg because of diabetes and the fact that we either haven't addressed it or the community hasn't addressed it or the person hasn't addressed it. If we don't deal with that, if we don't figure out how, we're telling people to eat better and they live in a food desert and they live in a food desert in Stop 6. It's 6 miles from where we are. The food desert lives in the medical district to some extent on the other side of Rosedale. And if we don't deal with some of those preliminary issues, all we're going to do is be episodic and people are going to come into JPS or public health is going to deal with them. We're going to give them a shot or we're going to give them a pill and they can come back in a couple months. The same thing with behavioral health. If we look at that in the Homeless Coalition and the people that are so good at doing what they need to do, but if we don't look at homelessness from the key component of behavioral health that it is, we're going to miss the boat and we're going to miss everything. So I hope the needs survey that y'all are going to do will give you all answers into the critical infrastructure of this county that needs to be fixed, because no matter how many FTEs or how much money you give JPS from a federal grant or whatever, it won't matter until you fix upstream challenges. And if I've learned one thing in 13 years of being at JPS, it's that very issue. And that's where we have, I think, our biggest challenges. So I would ask y'all to do that now, or at least propose that to y'all in the survey. The other thing is we conducted our needs assessment survey. Every hospital in Tarrant County is required by federal law to do a needs assessment. I would encourage you all to pull those up collectively. They're all slightly different, but they all say a lot of the same things. I would gather those and use that as the beginnings of y'all's report, and we will help you, and we will take our team that worked on our needs assessment and help y'all in any way possible to create the document that I think will help you all more than anything else. And that will help, I think, define. I don't want to get into y'all's political debates here, but I think if you have that guiding post, the last thing I would tell you, whether it's the diversion center or anything else that y'all do, whether it's public health, MHMR, correctional health, JPS, have a coordinator and have a quarterback to it. Sometimes I've seen that we have a lot of people in the room all wanting to do really good things, and we end up stepping on each other's toes, not knowing who's supposed to do what, and we spend tax dollars not doing the most appropriate because we have too many people going in too many different directions, and they're all going in a good direction, but it's like a starting gun that goes off and we shoot it and we all just run in different directions really fast. So I would tell you, when you all think about projects, the Diversion Center, which is one that's topical to Sharon and myself and Zelia and to everybody else, MHMR, Susan, make sure that you have a coordination effort to it. If not, I think you'll have monies that won't be as wisely used, but they won't be on purpose misspent. It's just people going in different directions. So I'm not trying to pontificate. JPS will be in this to help you. We could have done a Christmas list of where you should send your federal funds if you get them to us, but I don't think that's very useful. JPS is going to connect with every portion of here. So if you help transportation, if you help community outreach, if you help behavioral health, which is obviously our mainstay, we're going to benefit by anything you do. And however you collaborate with us, we're there for you. And we'll do everything we can. Just put us in the room and give us not only direction, but put a coordinator in the room, and we'll either be the coordinator or we'll follow the coordinator, whatever y'all want. So I don't know that I was very useful. I tried. I know that I tried. Thank you very much for the support. But that's all I have to tell y'all, and I'm here for y'all 24/7. Okay? Mr. Manius, I didn't invite you to another meeting in anything I said in that presentation.
Well said.
Thank you.
Except we don't have political arguments up here. We have policy discussion.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. The policy discussion you had was very vibrant, and I enjoyed listening to it. It made me homesick for legislative days. Thank you all very much.
So Russell or Kristen, I appreciated Robert's recommendation to look at, I guess, the latest community needs assessments from some of those healthcare providers. If you all could
Yes, ma'am.
call that down to however it's useful. Thank you.
It's on our list. All right, next we'll hear from Susan Garnett with MHMR Tarrant.
Good morning, everybody. No, good afternoon. Sorry, I'm on a whole nother time zone. Okay, so I think this is really an interesting conversation to come at this point. You know, sort of like Robert, I live in a very operational, granular world of knowing the people that we serve and the issues that face them. So some information about us, but you guys know about us. When Russell and I talked about what might be helpful to you, Russell said, you know what we need to do in the community about mental health. Tell us what we need to do. So I'm going to tell you what I think we need to do. You'll hear later on from Chandler about the where we are in terms of a diversion center here in Tarrant County. And some really important things will happen within the diversion center. I'm going to limit what I say so that Chandler still has something to say. But there'll be important things that happen in the diversion center. But the diversion center is really where we expect people to come for a brief period of time and then link them to services that really are intended to help them be healthier, help them reconnect with their friends, family, and community, and help prevent them from coming back to the diversion center again. So we know that there will need to be supports for the diversion center. There'll be the operations of the diversion center, and then there'll be the things that people are linked to deliver services to them. So we would propose that you give consideration to using this funding to fund some of those supports. And those are things like some of the substance use disorder services, some of the other kinds of supports that people need in order to kind of get their life together, looking at the kinds of offenses they've been involved with and the kinds of assistance that they need, and linking to housing, long-term housing strategies. We may have brief housing strategies, but then we really need longer-term housing strategies to continue to support people. So we propose that as one piece of expanding access to behavioral health services in Tarrant County. The second one that's on your list is restoring the assisted outpatient treatment program. This was a program that MHMR operated a few years ago through a federal SAMHSA grant, and we operated it for 4 years, working very closely with the probate courts to enable the judges to do civil commitments for treatment for people. And what that means is, for an individual who might have been in and out of the hospital, typically it would be JPS and the Psych Emergency Center and other supports, but who we believe there's opportunity, if we can just get the individual to engage and to remain compliant in treatment, that they could really have an opportunity for improvements. And a strategy that is used is a strategy to have a judge order the person into treatment, to say, if you don't remain in outpatient treatment, you're going to need to go to a hospital and be committed to a hospital. And we call it the black robe effect, that a judge ordering you into treatment and a judge following your case, talking to you along the way, assessing how you're doing is extremely helpful to keeping people in treatment. So that was a successful program here. It ended only because the federal funds went away. And we have tried to preserve some of the key pieces of it, but we acknowledge that it is not the program it once was. And we know that judges and others are really interested in restarting that program. So we, again, propose that these funds might provide a vehicle to do that. Substance use disorder services, we have in our community treatment services that are primarily funded by the state. The state of Texas chooses to make a very minimal investment in substance use disorder treatment and not to make additional state investments. So just as an example, there are about a dozen detox residential beds in Tarrant County. So we work really closely with JPS around getting people to the right place for them to receive detox services. But there's also a strategy called ambulatory detox services, where we can help you. You come on a daily basis and we work with you, provide you with medications, and provide a lot of support for you to try and keep you moving toward detox and then toward additional outpatient substance use disorder services. Because the only detox services that we operate are in Fort Worth, it's very expensive to start new detox services. We propose to consider expanding detox services into other parts of the county through the use of these funds using outpatient strategies.
Susan, before you move on, when you reference to the federal funding for the court order,
the
services,
AOT,
yes. What at the height of that funding? How much was that? How much did MHMI get?
So that funding was just over $1 million a year.
And when did it go away?
It went away in 2020. 2020, yeah.
So it's a recent.
It's a recent loss of that funding.
Okay, thank you.
And there were certain federal requirements in that funding. So if we want to take another look at it, we'd probably propose some alterations. We wouldn't simply take everything we did for SAMHSA and do it here. You don't have the same purposes that SAMHSA has, and so we wouldn't just pick up everything. The next item on our list would be mobile behavioral health resources. We have a clinic-based system, and then we have staff who go out into the community, into people's homes. But we think that as one of the lessons learned from the pandemic is that people are far more comfortable receiving services in their homes and in other sites that they're familiar with. And the pandemic has also enabled us to use remote telehealth technologies in a way that frankly, what we just simply weren't permitted to do prior to the pandemic. And so we can foresee that the ability to provide services in conjunction with community centers, senior centers, et cetera, being able to use mental health professionals and being able to link via telehealth to doctors when necessary could provide a really good strategy to provide more reach for mental health services into the community and to help us overcome some of the barriers that transportation in our community is a natural part of who we are. So we'd really like to look at a mobile mental health resource strategy. The next one on our list, again, is something that is something we talk about a lot as we come through the pandemic. Mental health consultations in these settings, in particular, child care settings. We know that child care settings have always struggled with children who have serious emotional difficulties, and we know that kids with serious emotional difficulties are 3 times as likely to be ejected from child care centers. So we do a lot of work in child care centers because of our early childhood intervention program, and we always are dealing with centers who are soliciting more and more help. How can they restructure their classrooms? What kind of training can they find for their teachers? They operate on thin margins. How can they help their kids? Child care centers, our view is that they don't want to eliminate kids who are farther out on the edge and on behaviors, but they have to work toward the center because that's what they've got time and attention for. We also, through some of the programs that we operate, work with pediatric offices and place mental health professionals in pediatric offices. We do that through the limited grant funding that we have, but we have a great many requests from offices who would like to have additional kinds of supports in their office. We think this might provide an opportunity to do that. And the last one on this list is suicide intervention resources. I think we've all seen the literature that, or seen the in popular writings about the increases of suicides. You saw some of the statistics this morning on suicide, or today on suicidality. And we know there are coming new strategies around a comprehensive call, a 988 call line for suicide. We know today there's the Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which will be transitioning into 988. We actually answer calls for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline today. We also operate a program in conjunction with the Mental Health Association called LOSS, Local Outreach to Suicide Survivors. That's actually a national model. We work with other loss teams around the state and around the country. And this issue of how do we support people who are survivors of suicide to face the kind of unique challenges they face as they organize their life, deal with their grief, and most importantly, try to avoid repetitions of the actions that took the lives of their loved ones. So we think that's a really important program and would be worthy of a look as you're thinking about how to invest these funds in the community. The next strategy that we focused on is a navigation strategy. I think you heard some of this in the conversation that Robert was just having, that we have probably not enough resources in our community for many of the topics that we deal with, but the resources we have are sometimes difficult to access just because there's no such thing as one number to call and all of your help will be provided to you. We are a complicated system of public and private resources and nonprofit and for-profit and geographic distribution and all kinds of different sort of issues. So all of the issues around how to navigate navigate those services become extremely important. The first item on this list for navigation that you see is collaboration with law enforcement. We have programs that assist law enforcement in sorting through whether or not they might have come in contact with somebody who's in contact with our system and how we might be able to work together to get that person directed in the right way. But we've also entered into conversations with other first responder systems and some of the 911 systems around how do we get to a point where a call that might be identified by a 911 caller as needing less acute attention by law enforcement, but might really be the kind of call that mental health would be the most helpful response for. How do we work that together? How do we figure out when it's best to send mental health out in lieu of law enforcement, and how do we figure out when mental health needs to augment law enforcement? So there are strategies in place, there are programs in place around the country, but we think that we have the beginnings of the conversations here that would allow us to work on doing a better job at getting mental health professionals more engaged on the calls that are correct for mental health professionals to assist with and connect people to services. The next item is really this item around navigation, around making better connections to people. We think through the use of peers and community health workers, these would be good strategies that help people it's our experience that your best helper is somebody who has had a shared lived experience with yours. As important as doctors and other professionals are, it's really important to know somebody else who has had the same kind of experience you've had and can help lead you. So that would be our focus with navigation. And the third bullet on here is a reference to a program that is an extremely successful program here called Help Me Grow, which is a navigation program for families of very young children to assist them in connecting to the right resources. Commissioner Brooks was a great helper for us and inspired this program in our community. We found it so successful for very young children that we would like to take the next step, which is Help Me Thrive. This is how we help families of children through the childhood span to connect families to the right kinds of resources as children go through their lives. And the third strategy is an incredibly important one to us, and it is probably embedded in everything we do, which is our workforce. 85% of our funds are spent on our workforce. And we know in our community we have difficulties, not just MHMR, but all mental health providers have difficulties in accessing an adequate supply of mental health professionals. We have wonderful academic institutions who do a great job of preparing people for their graduation, but a licensure in Texas in these kinds of fields requires that you have practice experience with people with mental health conditions and that you have supervision under a qualified supervisor in order to make you eligible for licensure. So we think it would be beneficial to the community to develop a comprehensive strategy, and we are such a large provider of services, we are able to provide the kind of practice opportunities that are required, and we would be able to organize the supervision of individuals to help them get to their licensure, which would certainly help us, but it will help every other mental health provider to have a better supply of mental health professionals. The next item you see, skill building for essential health workers. During the course of the pandemic, we are a large 2,000 employee workforce. Some of our workforce were people who worked in offices and who were able to work from home, or physicians who were able to work via telemedicine. And some of our workforce were people who worked in group homes and other residential and therapeutic settings who had to come to work every day, and who had to come to work every day, garbed in PPE and prepared to face people. It's hard to even remember almost what life was like before the options of vaccines were available to us. And so our staff had a very, very difficult time. We had a lot of staff who became sick, whose relatives became sick, and who yet still had to get up every day and come to work in order to protect other people, in order to provide services for other people. So we know that we need to develop additional and better strategies for supporting those workers and for addressing the inevitable consequences of an experience like this. So we think that would be very helpful. And finally, people with disabilities and work opportunities. We know that everywhere we turn, we talk about the workforce shortages. We certainly are talking about it. We, like every Chick-fil-A, we're hiring signs because it's very difficult for the workforce. But we also know that we serve a population of people with disabilities who are a part of the untapped workforce. And when everybody else suffers a recession in employment, people with disabilities suffer a depression. It's very hard for people with disabilities to get employment. And yet research shows over and over again that people with disabilities are the most loyal and faithful workers, and are workers who will brave anything to come to their work site and to do their job as they understand it. But they sometimes need a lot more help to understand it. So we really would like to have a very focused kind of approach to the population of people that we serve and how we help them do a better job at getting connected to employers and help be able to support them so that they can be successful in those employment opportunities. So I'm going to stop there. So it's lots of things. It's lots of things to think about. This is really, we wanted to give you an opportunity to think about all the places where we see holes in our community and where there's an opportunity to not put a gigantic program in place, but to do some small things that make big differences in people's lives. And I'll stop there.
Susan, I appreciate your comments, and I really, I think as these needs surveyors hit the ground and begin talking with many of y'all out in the audience, I think the expertise and the stories y'all can tell them will help tremendously. And that's what I think will eventually come back to us and really help us set those priorities. IDD, child care, those types of things are things that I think are going to be key to us laying a foundation that the county can benefit from for the next couple of decades, not just a couple of years.
I appreciate that. And I would say that one of the things that we reflect on sometimes is that the kinds of conditions that affect the people that we serve are not conditions that are known to every family in our community. But when they are known to your family, it's the biggest thing in your family. And so we work really hard to say what makes a difference for people and how do we get that done. And we think some of these things will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, now, Virginia Hoff with Mental Health Connection.
Just let the record show you were here
early. As a matter of fact, Judge Whitley, you were running a little late. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about some of the needs that we see at the Mental Health Connection. And one of the things I do understand that it is me, I'm one of the only things holding you from leaving. So we can just cut this short. You just agree to that my strategies are the best, fund them, and we'll just get out of here. Otherwise, I've asked Mr. Miles, anybody tries to get through that door because I'm the last one to present, he's going to drag your butt back in here.
Just think you're the last
so
one
that
to
we're
present.
clear. So I'll move on. So the Mental Health Connection is, okay, how do we do this?
You just thought. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Mental Health Connection, most of you know about the Mental Health Connection. Maybe, if not, I'll just give you a brief overview. Basically, we're not a service provider. Our job is to leverage our partnership of our members, everything from JPS and MHMR, all the way to the Women's Center, to the smaller nonprofits, and to be sure that in a place where we have such a great MHMR system, and we have JPS, we have those great systems, and they're big systems. What we do know, and that Mental Health Connection has really been committed to, is that there's smaller nonprofits and smaller agencies out there that bring a richness and bring an expertise to the table that we need to be sure that their voice is heard. And so that's one of our main goals, is to do that and to coordinate those efforts so that we can really create our original motto was no wrong door. So we kind of stick to that. So, but some of the things that we have done, some of the initiatives that have proven to broadly improve mental health care for Tarrant County is we do staff training and consultation. We bring in national experts and local leaders, and we have developed a trauma-informed workforce. And this is going to be important as we talk about some of the other strategies that are kind of staring at us. And we've done a number of campaigns to educate and to reduce stigma around mental health. And there's some parts of some different cohorts where that's a bigger problem than others. And then moving on to, so that's kind of who we are. So moving on to strategy 2. There we go. I want to just give you kind of a brief overview of some of the situations in Tarrant County pre-COVID, and then what we're looking at now. And we did a fast report in April of 2020. We thought that this COVID thing wasn't going to last long, so we wanted to get really quick, see what was going on, and get a snapshot. And so we do have some information pre-COVID compared to 2021, and I think you'll find it interesting. That before COVID, suicide rates, before COVID, that we had seen an upwards trend in the previous 25 years in suicide rates and self-report of mental stress before COVID. Since COVID, now we see that suicide is the leading cause of trauma deaths, surpassing both child abuse and car wrecks as reported by Cook. If we go on down to substance use, we see that Tarrant County, that 60% of substance use service treatments came from Tarrant County out of Region 3, which included Dallas. When we look at post-COVID time, we see that there's a 50% increase of drug overdose and deaths related to fentanyl. And fentanyl is the drug, but the problem is people that are being pushed to use fentanyl. So when we make fentanyl the problem, we're not seeing the forest for the trees there. Fentanyl needs to be addressed, but what also needs to be addressed are the people that are deciding to stick that needle in their arm. That national alcohol sales have increased since COVID. That one of the things that we know about people that are in recovery from alcohol and drug addiction, that the key to recovery is connection, and people that have been able to stay clean and sober through and sustain that has been through connection. And one of the things that COVID did is it took that connection away. So what we see is a lot of folks that will be able to maintain sobriety and recovery around that have now really faced a lot of challenges with COVID, and we're going to see those instances go up. The top 5 crimes as reported by the DA's office is possession of marijuana, is possession of controlled substances, driving while intoxicated, and those are all very much related to substance use. If we go down to family violence, before COVID, that Tarrant County had the second highest rate of intimate violence in Texas. Child abuse and neglect, we were the second highest in Texas. In partner violence before COVID, 1 in 3 women experienced partner violence. Since COVID, according to the DA's report, family violence has risen by 22%, and intimate partner murders have doubled since 2019. And there's an increase in protective orders. Then we can look at equality of care, that before COVID, inequities in healthcare system had a disproportionate impact of people of color. We knew that. We've seen that since COVID. The negative impact of social determinants of health result in 4 to 7 times more likely to be infected by COVID than white counterparts. And what does that say about mental health? What it says about mental health is that when you're impacted by COVID, you're impacted by more grief, you're impacted by more job loss, you're impacted by more stress. And then all of those things are mental health issues, not just health issues. And we had a shortage of psychiatrists and licensed mental health providers. Prior to COVID, we had that. Now, since COVID, we've seen increasing waiting lists. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, the increasing long waiting lists that we have. And like Susan mentioned, and anybody that will tell you that workforce is definitely a problem. My new friend Russell added this slide, which is not going to be in your...
Yes, thank you.
Oh, shoot. Okay, he did add it. So I just want to give you this visual because it makes a lot of sense about what I want to tell you, what we think is important, is that when you look at this continuum, what it begins with is prevention and awareness, then it goes to community support, then it goes to counseling and outpatient, inpatient community, and then back to community support from when people are released from inpatient. What we're seeing is this incredible increase in need for inpatient care. That's just we've got people that need beds, they can't find them, and then outpatient and counseling. And the interesting thing here is that when we're not able to meet people where their meet the service level that they need, then what happens is it pushes them up It pushes them up in our level of care. So the more that we miss people that need counseling, the more that we're pushing them into the system to need inpatient care, which is more expensive, as well as between counseling to inpatient care, a lot of disruption happens. There's more domestic violence, there's more drug use, there's more crime, and there's more trauma to children, and all of that happens while people are waiting. That we know too that with COVID we need more services, and at the same time COVID has resulted in less services because of the pandemic. The other thing is that neighborhood-driven support efforts are key. Research shows this, and that that the deal is that sometimes just because you don't think you need care or the stigma around care, it doesn't change the fact that you need care. So what happens is that people that have stigma around substance abuse, stigma around mental health services, it's not that their issues stop, it's that they're getting worse. And that's got to be addressed, and it's got to be addressed in neighborhood-driven ways. And then the final thing here is that community awareness of the relationship between mental health and physical health. Again, research has shown is that when we can have people understand that what is happening to your mind is also happening to your body, that it helps to reduce the stigma. And we have to do that in such a way that people can hear that message in such a way that it speaks to them. I think you have to that slide, Russell. So strategy 1, we need to increase accessibility to free and reduced counseling service. Just bottom line is that we've got increased waiting lists for all level of care, and just as I talked about in the continuum, especially for individuals with no insurance or underinsured, and delayed care results in more intensive services, like I said. The thing is that I said all those things. The better outcomes come from earlier intervention. I did a kind of an informal survey of our providers. We've got a leadership assembly planned for September, but in the meantime, we did just a rapid kind of tell us what's going on. And general counseling services right now, that to get in to see a counselor, the wait can be from 2 months to 8 months to get in to see a counselor. That in-home services are 2 to 4 month wait. That in rape crisis services, it takes you 4 to 10 weeks to get in to see a counselor after a woman's been raped and is experiencing the trauma of that. That the barriers for low income and those on Medicaid, with all the hoops you've got to jump through in order to get someone to be able to provide services for someone who has Medicaid. Larger systems has figured that out. There's smaller counseling systems out there that are so important to our continuum of care that if they want to hire more folks, all the hoops you've got to jump through in order to get them licensed is cumbersome and time consuming, and then in the meantime they're on the waiting list anyway after that. Suicide prevention education has very limited funding because of particular kind of hoops that all that has to jump through. So then we're going to go to strategy 2. Now, here we go. Oh, doggone it. I don't know why I'm the only one.
Give that thing to Russell.
I got to figure it out. It's kind of like press star 6, you know.
Star 6, that's right. Vinny knows how to push that star 6.
The second one is that just like what Susan was talking about, we've got a workforce shortage. So what that means is we hire people to come in and take the place of those people that have either exited the field or coming out of college. We are very proud that the Mental Health Connection has done a lot of work around training our practitioners in trauma-informed care, and that's taken years. And what happens when these new folks come in order for us to maintain the level of expertise around trauma-informed care, they're going to need to be trained. Mental Health Connection has done a number of initiatives where we have implemented and utilized dollars and implemented train the trainer models where we now have, for example, our culture competency workshop that is a 4-day intensive workshop. Over 1,000 of our work staff have been trained in that because as a result of our collective impact of the Mental Health Connection. We've got folks trained in TBRI, everything from practitioners to bus drivers, because we've leveraged the funds that we got to train a group of folks, and then what we did is we had a train the trainer model. And this is something that we're really going to have to look at when we get new folks coming in and get these positions filled. So we think that that's a really important. We don't want to be set back by all the new workforce we're going to need to hire. Strategy 3. This is what I'm really excited about. So we need to implement. I'm excited about all of it. We need to implement some self-healing community model. That although direct services are necessary and are important, they are insufficient in the face of a chronic public health disaster. I'm quoting Dr. Was the co-researcher for the ACE study, Dr. Anda, says this, that in order for us to meet this chronic public health disaster, we need more opportunities for communities to turn to one another for cultural-specific community efforts. The research is clear. In order to impact a system change, we have to create mentally and emotionally resilient communities. There must be conversations from living rooms to boardrooms and from kitchen tables to round tables, and it has to be intentional. We do that in some regards. We don't do it with intention, and we don't do it in a strategic way that really is sustainable and really makes an impact. There are some models that have implemented they're called self-healing community models, and they've been implemented across different places in the state. And basically, without going into a lot of detail, what they do is they do a translator model where you bring people in from the community, you educate them about trauma and adversity and stress and the impact that it has on the body and on your relationships and all across the board, and you help reduce that stigma. And then they become the translators in terms of not Spanish to English, just that kind of translators. They become the translators that then go into their neighborhoods, and they understand how to translate this message in a way that my neighbor can understand. And there's a model that does this, that creates a learning community as well as has an effective curriculum that helps train folks to become translators. And what that does is that pulls the message that we're trying to get out there and put it in a language and put it in the neighborhoods for people to, if you think back to that continuum, if stigma says you can't go to counseling, then what we need to do is then we need to create a place in the community, circles of support in churches, in the Y, and in the Boys and Girls Club, and in the community, in Aunt Joan's house, where we can come together and talk about how do we support each other before it's time for that we're okay with going into services. So with these things, if we look at this continuum, what Mental Health Connection is saying is that we need to focus some on prevention and awareness. We need to focus on community support, and we really need to look at reducing those incredible long wait lists by investing in some services for people that are underinsured or have no insurance to get services sooner than later. So with that, take any questions, or I'll let you out the door. You can leave now.
I have a general question, and I don't know if it's for you or any other mental behavioral health expert that we have in the audience, but I'd be really curious to see any studies that address stigma by generations. And I'm not speaking for my entire generation, but I know my generation is a lot more likely to access mental health services and to talk about it, and it not to be, a source of shame. But I'd be curious to see what does that look like. I mean, and if someone has specific data for Tarrant County, that would be helpful.
Are you asking her as an older person what she thinks?
No. versus a younger person like Judge Willie here. I know that's a really interesting question. What I do think that would be a variant in that is not just your age, but who your family is, what your culture is, what your neighborhood is.
Sure.
I think age is just one of the factors that would lend itself to how you see stigma around mental health. That's why I think it is so important for us to get in the neighborhoods and use translators to speak to all ages and all and all the diverse factors.
No, I agree. I mean, for someone that looks like me, has experienced quite a bit of trauma, even where I sit in this organization. So, let alone all the other background factors for someone who's not like me and all of that. So I get what you're saying. Yeah,
but I do. I think just from what I've seen, I would agree with you that I think young people don't have the same stigma, but I don't think all young people have that.
Yeah, no. Very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Virginia, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I enjoyed it very much, and I appreciate your work in the community for many years.
Thank you.
All right, now we're on to our final presentation, and then we'll have a brief wrap-up slide after the Jail Diversion Center discussion. If Mr. Merritt will come up, he's going to discuss with you all the Jail Diversion Center. We also have a number of stakeholders on that program here in the audience today.
Okay, it's 4:30. Can I say good evening yet, or is it still afternoon? Okay.
Afternoon.
Can we start my 3-minute timer?
It's ready over with.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners and judges. Thanks so much for having me today. Chandler Merritt with the Administrator's Office. We're just going to quickly touch on the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center that staff's been working on since last time we met. Just a reminder, the idea of the Jail Diversion Center is to provide a short-term alternative to incarceration for those that are having potential mental health issues. Some of the goals and impacts that we have described previously still apply. In a sense, law enforcement would have an alternative. Instead of taking someone to the Psychiatric Emergency Center at JPS or taking them to jail, this is an alternative location where they could go to potentially be served in a better and different way. Hospital impact, as I said, it takes them away from the emergency center, and probably most importantly, they would be provided with the opportunity to receive wraparound services that are personalized to them to help them with whatever they may be facing. Today we have really 3 specific questions, really 2, that we're... Yes, sir.
One thing that you don't mention in goals and impacts is savings in the county jail.
Yes, sir.
Having people diverted from incarceration to treatment should have the effect of lowering our jail population.
Yes, sir.
And from that comes savings to the system. I would like to see us be able to identify those savings and to monetize those savings so that they can be reinvested in the criminal justice system in other programs that will help us get better outcomes in criminal justice. There are justice reinvestment models that have been successful across the country. And this is an opportunity for us to identify money that we will save from this and to, as I said, monetize it and use it to fund additional programs. That's important.
Yes, sir. Actually, as we've been looking at best practices from other facilities like this, Miami-Dade County, Bexar County, Harris County, a lot of them have a voluminous amount of information on how they have actually, I'll say, transferred some of those costs from the jail to other programs such as you have. So we'd be happy to share at least what they've done so far, and then we can certainly look at planning that programmatically, so capturing that data going forward.
I'd like to see it built into our program.
Yes, sir. Understood. So today we really have two primary areas where we're looking for the court to give us specific direction on, and the two potentially could be tied together. So I'll go ahead and kind of present both of them, and then I'll allow for any discussion that we may need to have. The first would be the principal facility or program operator. So ultimately, we believe that either MHMR or JPS would probably be the best to serve as the principal operator for this facility. Both of them, whether they are the principal or not, would be intricately involved in this facility. Operationally, if you look at kind of the flow chart of how this would go, typically an individual would be brought in. They would be medically stabilized by JPS first, and then there would be a handoff to MHMR where they would receive some of those other wraparound services. So both are going to be involved, but basically we need to make a decision on how we would like to proceed as far as who Tarrant County would do an interlocal agreement with in order to have that direct contract with, and then they could work with the other entity and other entities as well to provide those services within the facility. Related to that is funding. Funding really could come in a multitude of ways. The reason that we are bringing this up today specifically is through the guidance given by the Treasury, this could absolutely be funded by ARPA funding, both for any capital needs as well as operational needs, at least in the short term through the 2025 date of when funds need to be expired. So federal funding, I'll just start with that since I mentioned ARPA. There's potential for Medicaid funding, potentially, although a small piece, but it's also possible that that could provide part of that stack of funding needed to operate the facility, as well as the 1115 waiver, which is currently being renegotiated right now between the state of Texas and CMS. So it should be conceivable that there would be funding available out of that either JPS or MHMR could potentially access to provide additional funding for this. At the state level, there's obviously the ability to get legislative appropriations. Harris County's done it already. I believe they get close to $5 million for their facility that they have down in Harris County. So that's certainly we could talk to Russell about, talking to our legislative delegation about. And then finally, there's local funding. So Tarrant County currently has $2.1 million that was allocated during the fiscal 21 budget. It's basically $1 per person of population, so there's funding there available. I don't know if that's been considered for FY22 or not, but that's something that we could certainly have a conversation about. And then obviously municipalities would potentially benefit from theirs as well, and we could talk to them about partnerships in them as they use this program. So I'll just mention to the side, no matter what we decide on the principal operator and funding, we recommend that an advisory committee be created that include all of the stakeholders that would have a relevant stake in this facility. So the district attorney's office, potentially the sheriff's office, depending on if they're going to provide security or not. Obviously, Tarrant County, as well as MHMR, JPS, and potential a couple of others as well, just to work with whoever that principal operator is going to be so everyone can understand just a 360-degree view of exactly what's needed to operate the facility. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer questions. We do have Robert Early and Zelia here from JPS, and we also have Susan and Ramey here from MHMR who are ready to assist in any information needed for the court to provide us with guidance.
We have
Chief Gilmore's here as well.
Chief Gilmore's here.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren here.
And Lauren's here.
Lauren, yes,
Sorry.
from the homeless, as well as, so I think as we begin this, what I'd like to do is let's just take it one step at a time.
Okay.
And see if we can get through and reach a decision.
Okay.
So that we can move forward from that perspective.
Yes, sir.
I know we've got some locations that we're looking at, that we're, very close, potentially very close in regards to that. But just to begin with, I guess you've got the facility or program operator, thoughts, comments.
I mean, I think I'd like to see just a lot more besides the two dots here. So, I mean, I don't really know what questions to ask right now. I guess, have there already been conversations with MHMR or with JPS already, or?
Yeah, actually, during our last meeting with the court, we obviously had both JPS and MHMR come up, kind of talk about what their role would be.
Sure.
Really, we believe, at least my opinion is, that either one of them could be that principal operator. They're both going to be involved in the facility, heavily involved in the facility. Just we need to make a decision on who we want to do an agreement with, knowing that whoever that entity is will probably do an agreement, say a subcontractor agreement with the other entity to provide those services in the facility.
Are both organizations willing to serve as the principal operator?
Before let me just make one comment about that because part of what I consider to be the person who's doing the operating, or the entity that's doing the operating, is also doing the funding. So, I do believe that if we're going to put somebody in charge of something like that they should be able, they should be prepared to do the funding. And I think from the initial outset, we were looking at three possible funders, or three possible operators: the county, JPS, MHMR. And so I think that's, and maybe the reason why there's just two up there today is that I believe that if this project at least is successful, they never touch the county. The individuals that are coming into the project. Now, like you said, we're going to save, we potentially could save a lot of money on that. But I also believe that, again, if we do it and if it works as we think it's going to work, the individuals who are dropped off at this jail diversion center will never hit the back door and never really enter into the county's overall system.
Yes, sir. Just one point on that. Obviously, I put three bullets under funding. It could be a stack of funding. It might not be one. We might not get all of our funding from 1115 waiver. We might not get all of our funding from the state. It could be a true partnership, even in the funding stack, of how we actually fund the operation.
But ultimately, if we come up short, somebody's going to have to fill the gap.
That is absolutely correct.
Well, I think that although they may never hit the back door of our county jail, and I claim that to be true. That's our goal. They will use other county services, like mental health and indigent health care. Those are county services.
Well, and I had mentioned a little bit earlier the possibility that if JPS were the ones that were ultimately picked to be the operator, that what we might do is swap what they're currently spending on public health that we're then turning around and operating, and giving them the possibility of funding whatever comes out of this diversion center. And so it's not, okay, here's another deal, here's another opportunity for you to write a check, but not be operating it. Well, he at least came forward again.
I'm trying to get back, but Chief Gilmore said I'd sit down. A couple things to your, and I don't mean to make light of it, but it is a little like going to that 7th grade Catholic dance. We've all been in the gymnasium kind of dancing a bit, but we never really danced. So it's really never been a kind of situation where somebody said, JPS, you're going to run it, or MHMR is going to run it. So we've had a good year and a half sort of going around these issues. I think, to be totally honest, as I've always been in going for the court with y'all, is if JPS is to run this and it is to fund it, or if you say MHMR, you do it, or the county does it, that authority, if they fund it, should be able to make the decisions in that. Where JPS, where I want to defend JPS, is where it's challenging is, no disrespect to Vinny and public health, but if we give money to public health, it's a challenge because our board gets frustrated because we don't have anything to do with that money. And I don't mean to bring up scars, Mr. Manius, but that's a challenge. If JPS is going to give X amount of money to public health, but we don't have the authority to deal with it. What we've seen at the county jail most recently, particularly in population increases, is we have more and more clicks at the front door of the county jail. We can't control any of that as to what the sheriff does or does not do, and I'm not saying whether he's wrong or right, but every click and every person that shows up at the front door at the jail, JPS has to administer health care to, and that's a click for us.
Well, that's my point exactly. I wasn't saying like, oh, we're only talking about two entities. I'm saying, so we're being asked to give direction on MHMR or JPS as if the decision is just as simple as, do you want fries with that, right? Like, so I would like to see more of a pros, cons, SWOT something so that we can really see of the two organizations which ones are in the better position to serve this effort.
And Commissioner Allen, we're not going to be your problem. If this court decides that JPS should run the diversion center, we will run the diversion center. My only request in the most humble of ways is if we're going to run it, let us make the decision, let us put the performance improvement levels in, let us staff it, let us do it. The challenge that we have working with, and again, it has nothing to do with the sheriff, has nothing to do with anything else, is when JPS has a responsibility to provide, in this case, correctional health, but we cannot control any of the cost of it, and our staff concerns go up every year because we have to. We just have to deal with what's coming in that jail, and we don't have any ability to deal with that. I don't want a diversion center that does that. I don't want a diversion center. So if whoever you put in charge of it, when they fund it, and if that's JPS or whomever, give them the authority to make the decisions within that area so that that board or that entity can make sure that performance standards are being put in place, goals are put in place, standards are put in place, and that individual controls it.
Let me ask you a question, Robert. Y'all are excellent at tertiary care.
Yes, sir.
But this is a heck of a lot more involved than episodic care.
Mm-hmm.
This is all kinds of wraparound services and navigation and working with community agencies to provide various things that the graduates, if you will, of this center will need. Is that a set of muscles that y'all have?
It's a set of muscles we could develop. It's not a set of muscles we have. Okay. And my first suggestion to the county was the county should run the diversion center and contract out services and tell JPS, we need the following services and we will pay you for those services. You do it, we pay you. We need MHMR, you provide this, we'll pay you to do it. The diversion center seems to be the unit that seems to have the most continuity to it is the county, but I know that many of y'all disagree with that, and I respect that.
I'm not sure I disagree with that.
Well, there are other glaring eyes looking at me too, and I understand it, and I'm okay. It's a difficult position to be in because
I'm used to them looking at me like that.
And it's not that we're wishy-washy. We don't have that set of muscles now, but JPS has been able to adapt its muscles to fit the cause, and we'll do a good job. I just want to make sure that we're not in the historic position we're in for me to have to go to a board saying we need $1.2 million or $650,000 when it started out $150,000, and we don't have any ability to control that money. It just goes to another cause or another concern. Even though we're all family, it doesn't work that way when you're spending your budget on an area you can't control. So don't want the diversion center to be that. So if we get it, we can try to do it, and we'll do our best. To your point, we're going to have a new relationship with the various homeless entities, particularly the Homeless Coalition and others in town. That's a space we haven't necessarily been in. We deal with them, obviously, from what we're doing with healthcare for the homeless, but we don't have that kind of relationship. We would have to develop it.
And I guess, again, from my perspective, I viewed JPS as the operator to be, they're going to be the first folks that are going to interact with whatever individual is brought in there to make sure they are stabilized. But then at some point, MHMR may very well evaluate their status and their situation and be able to identify and transition them in to some sort of post-care. And after that, I mean, that post-care may not even begin until after the individuals have left the facility. And that's where Lauren...
First they have to be stabilized.
Right, they're going to be stabilized, and then maybe they're evaluated before we let them go. But when we let them go, Lauren King with the homeless group, because, you know, she and I were talking, and in Houston, 85%, which was a number that surprised me and floored her, were homeless. So there's going to be a dramatic need to be able to find a place for these folks to go. And until we can find a place for them to go, they're not going to be interested in what services they're going to get, because they're trying to figure out where they're going to spend the next night.
And I do believe that funding is going to be local. And to Chandler's point, although I appreciate it and I would be happy to agree, you're going to have a hard time getting money out of the legislature. Houston is always an anomaly. They're either liked or immensely disliked, and they happen to be liked at that moment, so they funded that project. That's a hard funding project, and you can't tell it on his face right now, but this man is really tight-muscled because he doesn't want to go down to Austin and lobby for funds for a diversion center. It's going to be tough to get. The other thing, the 1115 waiver money, there's a question as to what that future is. So I think to cut it, I think we need to go in eyes wide open and say this is local money. It's either county money, it's JPS money, it's somebody else's money, but it's probably not, in all likelihood, the lesser candidates of that is the state, and the 1115 waiver is probably the furthest out. And I don't mean that to insult you in any way. I think those funding sources are going to be the most challenging. So reality is, particularly if and when the county purchases the property and you're ready to roll, you're not going to have a legislative session for a while, and who knows what's going to happen there. So you're going to have 2 to 4 years of funding that somebody's going to have to do it locally. So I know I've got people behind me, and I'm happy to have them take this microphone. It can be all yours. I'm dropping it.
So it might be helpful for you to think about the other diversion centers that operate in Texas and think about how they operate and why we chose the model that we chose. San Antonio was one of the first, Bexar County was one of the first centers to operate. They have the circumstances that they have in Bexar County. And among the circumstances they had was an opportunity for a tremendous amount of funding offered through a philanthropist who wanted to fund the services there. And they funded a very broad array of services that includes the diversion center. The diversion center is operated by the community center that's like us, the MHMR Center. The center in Harris County is operated by the Harris County Center that's comparable to ours. The same for the Travis County Center. And probably the reason that is so is exactly the kind of thing that Commissioner Brooks was asking about. As important as the activities within the diversion center are, the most important thing is that we have some place to move people to. You know, we all struggle with thinking about, are we going to get law enforcement well enough educated and acclimated to the notion of bringing people to a diversion center, bringing people to a different place than they've been accustomed to bringing them to. But we don't expect people to stay at a diversion center for a long period of time. We really expect them to stay for a short period of time and then make linkages into to community providers. Certainly we expect that, you know, there will be a high percentage of this population that's homeless. That's how you end up with the kind of charges that we're talking about, because you don't have any place that you belong to. And you don't have people who naturally take care of you. So we think that's going to be so. I think we have also a different circumstance in Tarrant County than we have from some other parts of the state. We're probably most alike the Harris County experience, though. In part because Harris County, like us, has a psychiatric emergency center, has strong linkages to accessing inpatient beds. There will be probably some people who should be in inpatient beds when they arrive at the diversion center. Our goal is to not make that the officer's burden. Once the officer has gotten there, then the officer should be released. And we should be taking it from there. If the person needs additional medical attention that more than the center can provide, they should be moved to where they can get additional medical attention. If they actually have a more challenging behavioral health care need, they should be moved to where they can get those kinds of resources. We expect some people will kind of clear up their thinking, move into detox, or move into residential treatment. Not everybody will simply go to a home, a house, or an apartment. People will move into other forms of residential treatment. We think that's what's going to happen with people. We are fortunate here in Tarrant County. Did Robert go too far away? Did he? We're fortunate here in Tarrant County that we really do have systems that work together. Every day, our staff are moving people back and forth. Our staff from MHMR are based in the Psychiatric Emergency Center at JPS. We work together on discharge planning. So we are very, very accustomed to working together to try and meet people's needs. And both of us are systems who, frankly, are not out recruiting for more. We're not out recruiting for more patients or more clients. We recognize that our systems are heavily burdened, publicly supported systems, and so our goal, whenever possible, in both of our systems, is to link people into other systems that can serve them. At our core, we are an outpatient system. And so this is, our specialty. But we're going to respect whatever funding decision you all make, because unlike the others of you in public systems, we're a non-taxing entity, right? So we are your poor relatives who are really happy to serve the community in the way that makes the most sense. And I told Chandler, I didn't really want to participate in a beauty pageant because I thought likely Robert would win. So. But I think that it's a decision for you all to grapple with as to what do these services look like, what do you want to achieve, and whoever it is the primary operator of this system, as Chandler lays out, that primary operator. And by the way, I don't really think of it as JPS or MHMR. I think at the end of the day, this is Tarrant County's diversion center. This isn't one system's diversion center. This is our community's diversion center. This is our community's strategy. This is a strategy through which we will meet the needs of many law enforcement agencies and hopefully many individuals in our community and make the right linkages for them. But in the end, whoever operates Tarrant County's center will operate it in conjunction and collaboration with the other entity. And so we come down in many ways to a question about funding. I agree with Robert, and I think that the experiences of the other diversion centers has also demonstrated that at the end of the day, these are sustained public investments, municipal investments that are made to keep the diversion center going. That's how they've operated them. And then what I would expect is that organizations like ours will be endlessly grant seeking to try and find the additional kind of supports that keep people going. And I think actually having a diversion center will position us to probably be more successful with regard to some of the grant seeking.
Yeah. Thanks, Susan. Next. Thank you, Susan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge Whitley. I would like to just share with you all that this experience that we've been going through for the last year and a half has been a very collaborative process between JPS and MHMR and also the county with GK and Chandler and everybody involved. And yes, there needs to be one ultimately accountable entity that if with funding or however you all decide that. But this is going to be a collaborative venture. There are going to be areas of expertise that JPS has, and there's going to be areas of expertise that MHMR has, and one can't do without the other. And so I think it's important you all understand that. And whoever the accountable entity is, I just encourage you all to set very clear expectations of outcomes and performance metrics so that you can see that you're getting the bang for the buck and you're getting the outcomes you want. because, we do that all the time in the hospital, and I know Susan and MHMR have metrics and outcomes too. But I think for whoever the governing entity is, that there's some clear outcomes and metrics so that you can look and see the progress that's being made. And I had the privilege of going down and visiting the Harris County facility. Rainey, was it last Monday? Yeah, last Monday. Great setup and some really good outcomes, and I don't see why those outcomes can't be achieved here for Tarrant County. In fact, I'm quite confident we can even achieve better. So I just wanted you all to understand the collaborative nature with which we've been working on this and anticipate in the future as well. Any questions? Thank y'all.
I heard you indicate, Commissioner Allen, that you might not be ready at this point in time to actually make that decision as to who.
And also I hadn't heard from the people who just spoke in terms of the latest, but
okay.
Yeah.
And I guess what I would say is if we don't make a decision today, I hope that we'll get it on the agenda in the next week, and that within a week to 2 weeks, because we are extremely close, I think, to having the facility, and we need to move this forward.
Absolutely.
I do want to say with regards to the advisory committee, and that's where I think, the local police, Sharon has worked very closly with them and getting them to the position of accepting and being willing to do this. I think she, in her role as the district attorney, there's going to have to be some real working together on how people are brought there, which people are brought there, what happens from that standpoint. And so that may be where the county touches into the deal. And again, I've stated that because I think the people who are going to be in that facility on an ongoing basis are going to be someone other than county folks, that it really would be JPS and or MHMR. And I think from a financial standpoint, Early's got all the money in the world out there. And so...
where is that come from? What voices are you hearing?
Just look at your balance sheet. I know you're not a CPA, but just look at your balance sheet. You didn't even bring your CFO with you today because you were so embarrassed about all the money you had.
Judge, is that a motion?
We're talking about how much federal funding you're getting, and I'm rich. I don't understand.
Regardless, it's just, I think whether we make the decision today, if we don't, then I think we need to make it very quick. And I don't know if we have if everybody's ready to make. Certainly I would be more than glad to make a motion that it goes to JPS. But if y'all aren't ready, then let's put it off a week or whatever. But we've just got to move forward.
I'd like to talk about it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Then what I would just simply ask is that within the next week, please get with whomever you need to get with, whether it's Robert, whether it's Susan, whether it's Sharon Chandler, whomever, GK, whatever. But let's be ready pretty quickly, because I think we're very, we need to move it on down the road.
Yeah, and let's be mindful of the fact that we want to stand this thing up by the end of the year.
Yeah, the fiscal year, right?
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Or calendar year.
By the end of one of our years.
Yeah. So I'm fine with that. Chandler, thank you GK, thank you for getting us to this point. What else do you need what more do you need? I'm saying within a week we're going to hit the funding, we're going to hit the operator, and the only thing else would be, Lauren, yes, I want homeless, you're not getting out of this thing. And then the one other thing that we need to understand is the security for it. And I think that, there's only two groups that have security for us at this time, JPS and the county. except I guess the police forces could do this, but I really don't. Go ahead, Sharon.
We could contract
I've been
it
amazed.
out.
So as the work group has worked on this for the last year and a half or so, one of the things that we, in the operations plan, included was for the sheriff to provide security, and that was deemed as being more consistent than having each individual department, which was an option, volunteer somebody to come in and do security on an on and off basis. So the idea was, and in talking with sheriff's people, were there at all our meetings over the last year and a half, and that was really the idea for that. I have a question. Is operations strictly tied to the funding? Does the person who provides the operations have to be the one that pays for it themselves?
Great question.
I'm not sure. I need a little bit more expansion on that question. Give me an example.
If the idea of operations, and I thought Susan did a great job, because she and Randy worked on this for the last year and a half also, about explaining what the goal is, right? Somebody's going to come in, they're going to be brought solely by the police agencies, the chiefs of police are still in favor of this, and they'll stay there for 72 hours, maybe longer, but to get stabilized, evaluated, and move to the services that they need to be able to not get rearrested. That's the goal, right? Not getting rearrested. And that's why homeless coalition is important. That's why a lot of those services are going to be important. So that modality, connections with the community, it's just like Robert Early said, that's kind of in the MHMR wheelhouse. But are they, if you all look at them and say, well, this fits best with their operational modalities, then do they have to pay for it themselves? So that's my question. Is the operator also going to have to be the funder of their own operation? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. That's just my question.
This court has not made a decision on that yet. I think it's a discussion area that you all have talked about. In fact, the discussions you had today as related to this was really good. You heard from the providers. But there's a lot of thought that still needs to go into this. And we can do that. We can start in a week or whenever we can get that material together. But there's going to need to be some additional discussions by the court members and the various people that were in court today. But to simply say that whoever pays for it runs it, I don't believe that you all have made that. And I would encourage you not to make that decision yet until you get a broader sense of all the functionality and also who is the best to provide that functionality.
And I would like to see a third potential operator on that list, and that's Tarrant County.
And I guess where I would come from on that, as opposed to an operator, is a funder. To the extent that you just said, I mean, I could see us putting some money in that would help pay. You know, maybe it puts a little bit of money in for Lauren on the homeless side, or a little bit on somebody for doing the program evaluation side of the deal. But I really believe that the operator needs to be one of the parties that's primarily in the building providing the services, because I think it would be very difficult for the county to operate it when we don't have people that are there to stabilize the people, when the only potential people from the county that are there is a sheriff's deputy that is going to provide security.
Well, I think the very sketchy model that Robert mentioned is a good one. The county has a manager on site, and we purchase services from JPS. We purchase services from MHMR.
And that means we're 100% funding it. And I'm
No,
well,
not necessarily.
we're going to have further debate. So, but I'd like to get it on the schedule for next week.
Yes, sir. Let us know if there's any information you need from us in the meantime. Thank you.
All right, to wrap up, final slide. So
quickly.
Yes, sir. We need your feedback on the 2 public health scopes of services by Friday, please. Again, email or call Kristen, Vinny, or me, and we'll work through it. We are going to be compiling your feedback from the items that were outlined in this session. And then, again, in coordination with the needs assessment consultant that we hope to be bringing back to court within a couple of weeks, that contract, we're going to begin to identify programs, partnership areas, and funding strategies for the various general program outlines that you all saw today, and develop a focus area 2 action plan, which will begin to bring together the necessary stakeholders in order to coordinate efforts to start to deliver some of these programs and services to the county as we, again, continue that feedback mechanism that we'll be receiving through the needs assessment and stakeholder development as we work with the folks that we work today. So with that, what questions or issues do we have? If not, I'll turn it over to Mr. Manius.
I think the one thing that we just want to advise the court, when we come back next week, we'll have the jail diversion center piece on here, but you're not going to see a major presentation like you saw today. And we're going to start stretching that out a little bit to make sure we get our consultants on so we don't run too far in front of them. We need to make sure that we don't trail them too far either. So that's going to be something that you see. So for the last 3 or 4 weeks, it's been very intensive. It relates to this, which it needed to be. And we're going to keep up the effort, but not as time-consuming as it has been these last several meetings.
Okay. Anything else today? With that, then we stand adjourned.